the General Office of the State Council on the 3rd of March this year clearly makes a comprehensive development for the work of traditional Chinese medicine, TCM. On developing TCM to complement the national plan, will the government inform this council, 1, whether it has compiled statistics on TCM treatment during the coronavirus disease 2019 epidemic, including the number of patients who have received TCM treatment in the Chinese medicine clinics, training and research centers, CMCTRs, community treatment facilities in North Lantau Hospital, Hong Kong Infection Control Center, as well as through the Chinese medicine services for residential care homes for the elderly program, and whether it has studied the effectiveness of such treatment method. If so, of the details. If not, whether the government will compile statistics and conduct studies in a comprehensive manner so as to tie in with the objective of enhancing the ability of TCM to participate in the prevention and treatment of emerging infectious diseases and respond to public health emergencies as set out in the plan. 2, whether it will, by drawing reference from the plan, set indicators for the development of TCM in Hong Kong, including raising the proportion of TCM personnel in the public healthcare system, increasing the number of beds in Chinese medicine hospitals, establishing TCM departments in public hospitals, as well as increasing the number of CMCTRs. If so, of the details. If not, whether it will consider setting relevant indicators to promote the development of TCM. And 3, given that the plan proposes to strengthen exchanges and cooperation with the Hong Kong, Macau and Taiwan regions in the area of TCM, whether the Chinese medicine unit under the Food and Health Bureau has plans to invite TCM experts from the mainland to come to Hong Kong for exchanges with local TCM and Western medicine practitioners, or to operate hospitals in Hong Kong jointly with renowned TCM hospitals on the mainland so as to bring in the mainland's experience in the performance of integrated Chinese and Western medicine treatment, thereby promoting the development of TCM in Hong Kong. Secretary for Food and Health. President, my reply to the various parts of the question raised by Mr. Kingsley Wong Kwok is as follows. 1. During the COVID-19 epidemic, with the facilitation and support of the Food and Health Bureau, FBHB, Chinese medicine CM has played an important role through in-depth participation in the whole process of epidemic prevention, treatment and rehabilitation, in particular in the multi-tiered triage system. The Hospital Authority HA has been implementing the special CM program for COVID-19 inpatients at the treatment center for COVID-19, that's the Asia World Expo, formerly known as Community Treatment Facility, and the North Lantau Hospital, Hong Kong Infection Control Center since 2021 to enable CM intervention as early as possible in allowing integrated Chinese Western medicine, ICMWM, to give full play to its strengths in anti-epidemic treatment. Earlier, the mainland medical supports team has also assisted the HA to further enhance the mode of service delivery. Over 530 patients have participated in the program so far, with over 2,900 consultations conducted. The HA also assisted the government in distributing anti-epidemic proprietary Chinese medicines, PCMs, to persons in community isolation facilities and provide CM advice services. In light of the severe impact of the fifth wave of epidemic to residential care homes for the elderly RCHEs, the IHA speedily took the lead in mobilizing community CM service providers to participate in the CM services for RCHE program to provide telemedicine or outreach CM services to infected residents of RCHEs. The service concerned has been further expanded to cover rehabilitation consultations such that recovered residents can receive treatment at the RCHEs. Over 240 RCHEs have joined the program with over 10,600 consultations conducted. Having regard to the significant advantages of CM in rehabilitation, the HA launched in 2020 the special CM outpatient program to provide rehabilitation services to infected patients to treat sequelae with CM through the Chinese medicine clinics, training and research centers, CMCTRs, in the 18 districts. Over 31,900 recovered patients have joined the program with over 102,200 consultations conducted. The HA has also collaborated with the schools of CM of universities and the CMCTRs in launching an observational study to collect and analyze clinical data with results to be published within this year. Furthermore, the government, through the Chinese Medicine Development Fund, has been encouraging the CM sector to initiate training, promotion and research projects in relation to the COVID-19 epidemic and has been expediting the processing of the relevant applications. The government has all along been promoting the development of CM in Hong Kong. Further to the reaffirming of the positioning of CM in the development of Hong Kong's healthcare system in the 2018 policy address, we have been working on various fronts in a progressive manner. We have incorporated CM into the healthcare system through the government subsidizing defined CM services, which include 3 areas. Firstly, the 18 CM CTRs, which operate on a tripartite collaboration model, have been providing government-subsidized outpatient services in 2020, while continuing to provide a variety of CM service choices to the public. Secondly, the HA has been providing government-subsidized ICWM treatment services to HA patients of selected disease areas. The HA will continue to explore enhancing the services concerned by increasing the number of participating hospitals in selected disease areas, as well as exploring the regularization of the services concerned. Thirdly, the construction work and preparatory work for commissioning of Hong Kong's first Chinese medicine hospital, CMH, has been launched, with a view to commencing services by phases starting from mid-2025. The CMH will provide government-subsidized inpatient and outpatient services in future. The aforementioned 3 components are complementary in terms of service scope, which will provide a comprehensive network for the delivery of government-subsidized CM services. The government will continue to allocate more resources to promote the development of CM services and review in a timely manner, and continue to enhance the services concerned. Hong Kong has been backed by the motherland since the return thereto and has received support and guidance in various fronts from the relevant mainland ministries, commissions, and experts. Under the direction of the National 14th Five-Year Plan, we have been actively strengthening Hong Kong's role under the blueprint set out in the construction plan for the Chinese Medicine Highlands in the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area 2020 to 25. Among others, mainland public CM healthcare institutions as pilot sites started to recruit Hong Kong Chinese medicine practitioners, CMPs, in 2021, enabling them to further their practice within the national healthcare system and nurturing more clinical talents for Hong Kong. As regards the development of Hong Kong's CMH, the National Administration of Traditional Chinese Medicine, NATCM, nominated 6 mainland experts as planning expert advisors as early as in 2018. The future CMH will become an important member of the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area CM Consortium and CMH community and will closely collaborate with mainland CM institutions. The CM CTRs in the 18 districts have all along been promoting the training for local CM talents. Among others, the HA through the CM main training scholarship programs provides opportunities for CMPs to receive training and accumulate clinical experience at CMH in the mainland. The HA will continue to enhance the training program provided to CMPs of different ranks and strengthen the exchanges and cooperation with the mainland. Furthermore, FHB has signed the cooperation agreement on the training of advanced clinical talents in Chinese medicine with the NATCM, with a view to providing systematic training for young CMPs with high qualifications, enabling them to become high-level backbone talents of CM theories and clinical practice. Although the work progress has been affected by the epidemic, the government will take forward the relevant programs as soon as the epidemic situation permits. The government will continue to closely collaborate with stakeholders of the CM sector to further widen the use and application of CM in Hong Kong with a view to promoting the long-term development of CM in Hong Kong. Thank you. Mr. Kingsley Wong. President, I would like to follow up on part 1 of the main reply. Now, in summing up the experience of the fight against the epidemic, what are the unique advantages of TCM? You say you make an announcement in this year, but can you first share with us your initial or preliminary analysis? What if there is a 6th wave of the epidemic? Then you could immediately deploy those measures to so that TCM could play its role in treating COVID-19. Secretary, of course, there are 2 aspects to the 5th wave of the epidemic. First of all, for the HA and the 18 CM CTRs, they're already providing CM services. And apart from providing these services, secondly, there are other telemedicine services or door-to-door services at RCHEs, and also, of course, services at the AWE. And there is also a mainland expert team that included TCM experts and talents who came to Hong Kong. They gave us very detailed plans so we could further popularize the use of TCM. And then The TCM sector in Hong Kong had an exchange session with the mainland experts. In their plan, there were 4 points covered, and the local sector believed that it suits the circumstances in Hong Kong, and if there is another outbreak, and the plan could be kicked in. And so it's been concluded that TCM has been useful in treating COVID-19, but of course we need to popularize TCM now, especially in terms of treating COVID-19. There's now better understanding among the public about the use of TCM. So if there should be an upsurge of the epidemic or there's another wave of epidemic, then, well, actually we haven't completed our work in relation to the promotion of CM services in relation to COVID-19, for example, in CM in rehabilitation. Now, there are not many cases now, so that's why, of course, there will be fewer treatment cases, more rehabilitation cases. But of course, at the same time, we have explored the use of TCM for treating serious conditions. For example, the mainland experts visited the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. They talked to our colleagues in the Western medicine stream if, say, there is a serious case, and how could there be collaboration between Chinese and Western medicine, and we've started work on that area. Thank you. Mr. Chen Yong. Mr. Chen Yong. Mr. Chen Yong. Sorry. Now, we see from media reports that after the use of Western medicine for treating COVID-19, there is use of TCM, of Chinese medicine for the rehabilitation of patients, and patients have recovered much better. And then, of course, DAB has been helping to distribute the proprietary Chinese medicines, PCMs, and this since have worked very well. So, how effective are Chinese medicines? Perhaps the Secretary has more data at hand. Can you tell us, with the use of CM, either for helping with treatment or for solely for treatment and so on, how effective has it been, so that if there should be another wave of epidemic, then we'll be more confident that the use of CM will be able to help to treat patients or help patients recover. Thank you. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chen Yong, for a question in terms of collection and analysis of data, so that we could better understand the effectiveness or the efficacy of CM. Well, that's of course very important. In particular, the use of CM in the rehabilitation. We've started the exercise, so probably we'll be able to collect bigger body of data, because we started in 2015, and then there's over 31,900 people took part in the scheme. Now, the schools of medicine of universities and the reference CM CTRs are now collecting data and analyzing data. Of course, we do have a body of clinical data now, but we will only make the announcement within this year later. But our initial observation is for the data collected by the schools of CM and the CTRs, we could see that in terms of satisfaction rate or effectiveness in offering relief to symptoms and so on, we do have a body of data to say that is expected. But anyway, we will be compiling the information and we'll be making the announcement as soon as we could. Mr. Lee Chen Keung. I want to talk about the treatment of CM practitioners. Now, in the public healthcare system, the government has some positions of CM practitioners, but then you shouldn't overlook the CM practitioners in the private sector. Now, would the government consider for CM practitioners in the 18 CM CTRs, you would make reference to the Western medicine practitioner system in the HA, so that you would adjust their remuneration and pay condition and condition of service? Secretary. Well, the SAR government, in particular the FHP, cares very much about the training of CMPs, in particular young CMPs. So it's about the whole career planning. Now, we, of course, offer subsidy to the 18 CMCTRs, and there is already a promotion system or career ladder in place. Now, with the we have 3 universities in Hong Kong that provide CM bachelor degree programs. There are also master degree programs. So in terms of educational qualifications, they could keep upgrading their qualifications. That's one thing. And the other is if they work at our CMCTRs, of course, some CM practitioners may soon choose to go into private practice instead of staying at the CMCTRs. But if they stay at our 18 CMCTRs, first, there is training provided to them, and secondly, in the course of training, there is career ladder in place for promotion. For example, in CMCTRs, we have 12 places for CM practitioners to receive further training. Of course, in terms of the pay and condition of service, for CM practitioners in CMCTRs, this conditions are set by the NGOs hiring the CM practitioners. Even so, we are in close liaison with these NGOs, and over the past period, the pay has been increased so that it's commensurate with the work done by CM practitioners. And then for these NGOs, they will have regard to the market condition each year to adjust the pay level of CM practitioners. We will continue to monitor the situation, and we'll make sure that the remuneration offered is appealing to CM practitioners, in particular young CM practitioners. Thank you. Mr. Sunny Tan. Thank you, President, and thank you, Mr. Wong, for his concern about the development of TCM. Now, I haven't heard the view that we would like to have CM services in public hospitals. Since 2014 September, there's a collaboration scheme on Chinese and Western medicines, but it's not been expanded any further. Only 8 hospitals provide CM services to cover, treatment of stroke patients, treatment of pains, cancers, and so on. So it's been some time since the scheme was launched. When are you going to expand this collaboration scheme? Have you done any studies to see whether it's possible to expand the scheme now? Why is the scheme not being expanded any further? Secretary. Now, we want to, as Mr. Tang pointed out, want to promote the collaboration of Western and Chinese medicines, and then, of course, there is experience, of course, collected from operation of various centers, and since 2014, we have started an integrated Chinese Western medicine pilot scheme. That is the ICWM pilot program. Now, we find that this program is working very well. And so, at this point in time, there are over 48,000 people who have received treatment under this program. And then, in the development of CM, ICWM is one of the 3 important areas for development. Now, Mr. Sunny Tan mentioned some diseases such as stroke, cancer, AIDS, and so on. They are the first batch to be treated under the pilot program. That's because the TCM, the sectors involved believe ICWM would work best for these diseases. And now with the COVID-19, we can see that in terms of prevention, treatment, and rehabilitation of COVID-19 cases, CM has played a very important role. It's been most effective. So if there should be another wave of COVID-19 epidemic, then ICWM could certainly include COVID-19 as one of the diseases under the pilot program. And of course, as Mr. Tang said, we need to expand the scope and of the program, and also need to enhance the depth of the program. There were initially 7 hospitals, and now there's an additional one. And in the past 2.5 years, of course, as you would understand, members, the hospital authority has an onerous workload. Now that the epidemic is stabilizing, we'll ask the HA to continue to explore adding more hospitals or disease types to the ICW pilot program after discussion with the 18 CMCTRs. But of course, because of the epidemic, the 18 CMCTRs have been focusing on providing rehabilitation treatment to COVID-19 patients. And ICWM is, of course, an important choice here. Thank you.
The second question, Honorable Rock Chen. Mr. President, during the period when the 5th wave of the coronavirus disease 2019 epidemic raged across Hong Kong, the number of confirmed death cases surged abruptly. Many people have passed away. Some members of the public have related that the various measures of the government to cope with the epidemic left far behind the prevailing circumstances, and that quite a number of countries have even chosen to coexist with the virus. Some members of the tourism, aviation, and transport industries have suggested that the medical standard to be adopted by the government for conducting virus tests at immigration control points should align with that adopted by the country, and that overseas countries should be notified that the SAR government will only accept PCR nucleic acid test reports issued in accordance with such a standard. Whether the government will consider the suggestion and strictly perform gatekeeping to reduce the number of imported cases. If not, why not? Whether, in the light of the 5th wave experience, whether the government will formulate various plans and actions to upgrade and enhance the existing epidemic prevention system. Mr. Rock Chen, I think you need to ask your question in accordance with the script. Sorry, I will speak in accordingly. Whether it will formulate various plans and actions to upgrade and enhance the existing epidemic prevention system, thereby ensuring that sufficient measures are in place to guard against the onslaught of the 6th wave of the epidemic. If so, of the details and timetable. If not, the reasons for that. Secretary for Food and Health. Mr. President, according to the pursuit of dynamic zero infection, the government continues to implement the anti-epidemic strategy of preventing the importation of cases and controlling the spread of virus in the community, and focuses on 3 reductions, 3 focuses, and 1 priority. That is focusing on reducing deaths, severe cases, infections, highlighting key groups of people, organizations, premises, and according priority to the elderly. We aim to build a stronger citywide protection barrier against the virus, thereby allowing our society to make steady strides along the path to normalcy. On monitoring the epidemic situation, the government has been keeping a close watch through monitoring various indicators like the number of reported positive cases, viral loads in sewage surveillance, percentage of positive cases in PCR tests conducted in the community, and the percentage of positive cases found in restriction testing declaration operations. In addition, indicators like hospitalization rate, severe case rate, and fatality rate of positive cases are being monitored. The past week, we saw some changes in the epidemic situation in Hong Kong. With the increase in cases, some indicators for monitoring the situation also inactively showed signs of increase. We'll closely monitor the situation. The government has relaunched social and economic activities on various fronts in an orderly manner along the path to normalcy as earlier announced on the 21st of March. The government is making the best effort to strike a balance in the three-way tug-of-war by taking into consideration the economic impact and social acceptance while not undermining our anti-epidemic efforts. My reply to the various parts of the question raised by Honourable Rock Chen is as follows. First, the government has been imposing stringent inbound control measures on persons arriving at Hong Kong from overseas places in order to be allowed to board for Hong Kong. Persons arriving at Hong Kong who have stayed in overseas places generally must first be fully vaccinated and hold a recognized vaccination record. Second, hold a negative result proof of a PCR-based nucleic acid test for COVID-19 conducted within 48 hours before the scheduled time of departure of the aircraft. And third, hold a confirmation of room reservation at a designated quarantine hotel for 7 or 14 nights from the date of arrival at Hong Kong. There are stringent requirements that documentary proof of negative results of the pre-departure nucleic acid test has to be a test report issued by a laboratory healthcare institution. Also, the government has specified that the relevant test must be a PCR nucleic acid test, and test results from other testing technologies will not comply with the boarding requirements. To vigorously guard against the importation of cases from overseas places into the community, all inbound persons are subject to test and hold at the airport upon arrival, followed by compulsory quarantine in designated quarantine hotels, TQHs. Relevant inbound persons are subject to daily rapid antigen tests, RATs, as well as PCR-based nucleic acid tests on the 5th day of arrival at Hong Kong. If the results of the PCR tests and the RATs conducted on the 5th to 7th days are all negative, they can be discharged from compulsory quarantine earlier. Including the pre-departure test, inbound persons would have been tested negative for 10 consecutive times by the time they discharged from compulsory quarantine earlier. Even so, the relevant persons are still subject to self-monitoring for 7 days upon early discharge from compulsory quarantine and compulsory PCR-based nucleic acid tests on the 9th and 12th days of arrival in Hong Kong. Since April, the vast majority of imported cases have been detected during the test and hold or compulsory quarantine at the hotels. Since March, outbound travelers to the mainland Macau have been subject to an additional rapid PCR-based nucleic acid test prior to departure from Hong Kong at the airport or the land boundary control points. Only those who receive a negative result can continue with their journeys. To further complement the mainland's testing arrangements, the relevant special nucleic acid test switched to using nasopharyngeal swabs for specimen collection from the 13th of April. All contractors of testing services provided by the government pass quality assessment programs and possess relevant medical laboratory accreditation. Contractors are required to participate in the continuous quality assessment program conducted by the Center for Health Protection. The relevant arrangement helps ensure contractors' limit of detection and sensitivity fully meet mainland's requirements. Generally speaking, inconsistency in testing results between pre-departure tests conducted in Hong Kong and tests conducted when and after entering the mainland, for example, may be attributed to factors such as the incubation period of the virus and unrelated to the professional standard and accuracy of testing in Hong Kong. Second, the government will stringently adhere to the anti-epidemic strategy of preventing the importation of cases, controlling the spread of virus in the community. Will continue to formulate measures and improve the existing anti-epidemic system for making preparatory measures, and will closely monitor the situation in respect of imported cases involving mutant virus strains in order to prepare for an outbreak or the arrival of the next wave. The experience from the 5th wave of the epidemic shows that nucleic acid tests complemented by RATs play a key role in containing the epidemic. Currently, around 60,000 nucleic acid tests and around 600,000 rats are conducted each day in Hong Kong, including compulsory tests and RATs conducted by different groups of people in order to ensure that positive cases can be found in a short period of time and transmission chains can be cut early when there are sporadic outbreaks. Since the 5th wave of the epidemic, the government attaches utmost importance to the anti-epidemic work targeting the elderly and has set up an interdepartmental task force led by the Labor and Welfare Bureau to examine the residential care homes' capabilities and discuss effective and feasible improvement measures. In addition, the government conducted nucleic acid testing by phases in May for all residents of residential care homes for the elderly or nursing homes across the city, and all staff members of RACEs or nursing homes were also required to undergo daily RATs or regular nucleic acid tests with an aim to identify possible silent transmission. Furthermore, through contact tracing, clusters relevant to catering business and 4 clusters relevant to bars and clubs were successfully identified by the CHP in order to curb the transmission chain in the community as soon as possible and to reduce the chance of virus spreading. For social distancing measures, the government has implemented first and second stages of relaxation. Although the relaxation of relevant measures at the current stage will inevitably increase the transmission risk and the number of confirmed cases and may lead to the emergence of more clusters, it is an important step for the society and the economy and the people's livelihood to return to normalcy. We will continue to closely monitor the development of the situation and adjust the social distancing measures as necessary in a timely manner. The HA has also increased its treatment capacity and implemented measures and formulated contingency plans with reference to the experience of the 5th wave. Under the multi-tiered triage arrangements will arrange for persons in need to be admitted into community isolation facilities so as to cut transmission chains as soon as possible. There are currently around 16,800 isolation units in Hong Kong, significantly enhancing our anti-epidemic ability. We also encourage members of the public to receive their 3rd dose of vaccine as soon as possible for building a protective barrier in the community. Thank you, President. Mr. Rock Chen. President, I'm grateful to the Secretary for listing a number of ways to enhance our anti-epidemic system. In particular, she talked about the contact tracing arrangement. A few days ago, there was this report. There was a cluster. Despite the outbreak taking place a week ago, tracing only started 7 days later. This is unsatisfactory. With the enhanced system, how come that we still get this? Secretary. President, in relation to media reports as to whether they are accurate, of course, we have to study the matter further. But then as far as the contact tracing office of the CHP is concerned, what happens is that whenever a declaration has been made on our platforms, either for RAT or the PCR test, work of tracing will start immediately. In particular, for such premises, we have already got the Leave Home Safe application as well as the vaccination pass, and we have got the information carrying the names of the patrons. Tracing is easier and quicker. As to whether we are able to track down the persons involved and whether the information provided is accurate and whether the time slots or the timing is relevant, they are still posing a challenge to us. But then in relation to early identification of the contacts, the infected persons, as well as their close contacts, well, surely we will do this on an ASAP basis. Generally speaking, normally speaking, it doesn't need 7 days to finish the job. But then, of course, with more cases emerging, the contact tracing office will need more manpower to complete their task. And together with the Security Bureau, we have already got our efforts coordinated. And we're grateful to them for getting more manpower so that the CHP can do more in relation to contact tracing, and then we can more quickly identify the relevant contacts. So early detection, early treatment, that would be the key. Mr. Kenneth Fogg. Thank you, President. Yes, prevention of infection is topmost. We cannot do this at the expense of livelihood and economic development. The Secretary has said that it is not an easy task to strike a balance. I'm from the constituency of arts and culture, and then of course I am concerned about the closure of the premises. Every time when we are struck by a wave of epidemic, our premises have to be closed, like performing venues or sports venues. Well, they are the workplaces for our constituents. They are not just places of leisure or places of entertainment. So at the March Q&A session, I asked the CE whether the government would abandon the broad brush approach and close all the premises should a sixth wave strike us. The CE told us that as to what will happen in the new wave of epidemic, the government would look at the experience. Now, we have had the fifth wave and we have accumulated some experience. And in fact, our sectors have been tying in with the efforts of the government. But then we are walking on a tightrope. We have got 500 cases a day, and then there are a number of clusters related to bars. And then the government is saying that it should be scientific in drawing up guidelines to close premises as well as the seating capacity. Can this be elaborated so that we know that this is not done behind closed doors? Secretary, I would like to thank Mr. Falk for his question. Well, for social distancing measures, closing premises, tightening up the measures, they are never easy decisions. We want to make sure that life is as normal as possible. On the other hand, we have to make sure that we are guarding against the emergence of a new wave. We have to prevent and control the infection. Social distancing is a very important measure to break the transmission chains. Mr. Falk talked about the fact that we have been getting more and more experience. We should be more and more scientific in our criteria, in our guidelines, in closing the scheduled premises. Indeed, this is the case, and in this way we can give out earlier warnings and there can be better planning. Well, we have been talking about the three-way tug of war. Public health to be considered, social development, economic development, as well as the acceptability on the part of the citizens. So it's a three-way tug of war. Past experience has shed some light on our work. First of all, ventilation. Well, when we have mask-off activities, the risk is high. In particular, when we talk about the transmission of an infectious disease. So it has posed a major challenge, and the risk of transmission is indeed very high. And then, with more knowledge about the virus, we try to find out whether the transmission is by contact or by air as well. Well, we've learned more about the virus. And for Omicron, the infection is very fast, and then a close distance contact and a short distance air transmission is also possible. Therefore, we have imposed requirements on catering premises in relation to ventilation or air change. But then, for places like gymnasiums or other places, we are not able to impose such a requirement on them. But still, we hope that the operators will attend to this need so that we can drive down the overall risk, and then we can have our minds put at ease. The second question is about the number of patrons for social distancing. Yes, some scheduled premises are reopened, but what about the capacity? What about the distance between the patrons and whether they are allowed to take off their mask? I think all such have to be factored into our requirements so as to reduce the risk. Therefore, in terms of our experience, we have learned from past cases, and therefore, if we want to relax or tighten our social distancing measures, we will certainly base our decisions on such experience as well as the scientific data that we have gathered before we come up with our assessment and come up with a more effective and precise decision before we tighten or relax any measures. Dr. Dennis Lam. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. President. Let me declare my interest. I am a founder of the Alliance to integrate Chinese and Western medicine. Just now, in the earlier question, the secretary said that Chinese medicine and Western medicine have worked together to treat the disease. Well, it is about upper respiratory disease. And in fact, the effectiveness of Chinese medicine has been given recognition. And we can prevent the elderly patients from having their conditions worsened. So I just wonder if the administration will take the lead to choose some proprietary Chinese medicine as a way to treat Omicron patients and carry out a study or research. This is important because we need to be empirical. For Omicron, it isn't just for Hong Kong. In fact, it is a worldwide concern. Since we have got some early results and the World Health Organization has encouraged the study of the use of traditional Chinese medicine in preventing and treating COVID-19. I think we need to work in advance before we're struck by the sixth wave, and then we can have convincing data. So I think the government should play a leading role. If the government is to do that, you have to plan today so that in case there is a new wave of the epidemic, the outcome of the research will be important and beneficial, not just for Hong Kong, but also for everyone in the world. Secretary. I would like to thank Dr. Lam for his suggestion and his question. Well, in fact, in the case of the COVID-19 epidemic, in fact, our office has already approved over 60 research projects involving a value of $500 million. So that we can carry out a research on vaccines and other sort of matters concerning COVID-19, like the transmission risks. As to the point raised by Dr. Dennis Lam, that is the use of medicine as well as new drugs, well, of course, we want to have effective medicine so as to treat COVID-19. Not just for preventive treatment, but also for the rehabilitation of the patients. Our research funding is such that if there are professionals who are interested in any research items, they are welcome to approach our office, and we will, of course, be assessing the merits of the project. We do have a mechanism to deal with such applications. Dr. Lam referred to new medicine and the need to carry out scientific research that would bring about good results. I'm sure we will be interested and we welcome such applications.
Mr. Frankie, third question. He's not present. Mr. Tony Chia, can you ask the question on behalf of Mr. Frankie? Mr. Paul Chia, rather. Chairman, President, the government has been actively promoting the popularization of electric vehicles in recent years. The current number of registered EVs accounts for 3.4% of total number of registered vehicles, and the number is expected to increase continuously. As EV batteries need to be replaced at an interval due to wear and tear, retired batteries that are not handled properly will cause serious pollution and harm to environment. In this connection, will the government inform the council how authorities handled retired EV batteries in the past 5 years, including respective numbers of those reused and disposed of after being dismantled and treated. 2, given that retired batteries can still store power, and the materials obtained after dismantlement are also of value, it is learned that some countries have set up research centers to promote the reuse of batteries and support the battery recovery industry, and of the government's long-term policy on developing retired battery recovery industry. And 3, whether the government will consider establishing a tracking system for EV batteries for the relevant government departments to track the whereabouts of batteries, avoiding pollution caused to the environment due to improper handling of retired batteries. If so, of the details, if not, the reasons for that. Secretary for Environment. President, my reply is as follows. Retired EV batteries or waste EV batteries are chemical waste regulated under the Waste Disposal Ordinance Cap 354 and subsidiary Waste Disposal Chemical Waste General Regulation Cap 354C. Having to register as chemical waste producers with the Environmental Protection Department, battery waste producers must arrange for appropriate packaging, labeling, and storage of waste batteries, as well as hiring of licensed chemical waste collectors to collect and deliver waste batteries to licensed chemical waste disposal facilities for proper disposal. All movements of chemical waste should be accompanied by a completed trip ticket for monitoring and record purposes. As currently there are a total of 15 EV retailers have registered as CWPs with the EPD, and they are required to engage licensed collectors to collect batteries retired from EVs under their brands. These retired EV batteries undergo proper preliminary treatment such as sorting, discharging, and insulating, and packaging at licensed chemical waste disposal facilities before export to appropriate treatment facilities such as in South Korea or Belgium. In Hong Kong, there are currently 7 chemical waste collectors licensed for the collection and delivery of retired EV batteries to 4 waste disposal facilities licensed for the treatment of waste EV batteries. The 4 waste disposal facilities have an aggregate disposal capacity of about 12,000 tons of waste EV batteries per year. For the past 5 years, between 2017 and 2021, an annual average of some 24 tons of lithium batteries from vehicles were collected by licensed disposal facilities in Hong Kong and exported to suitable facilities overseas. The EPD has conducted inspections on the above-mentioned EV retailers, licensed collectors, and licensed disposal facilities, and has collected waste EV battery disposal data from them to ensure proper disposal of retired EV batteries. No irregularity was found so far. Furthermore, the EPD has conducted about 7,500 inspections at workshops in the past 5 years, and no illegal handling of retired EV batteries was detected. The EPD has not received any public complaints against disposal of waste EVs so far. The Environment Bureau announced the Hong Kong Roadmap on Popularization of Electrical Vehicles in March 2021 and set up the introduction of a producer responsibility scheme. And we are also making reference to international approach to prepare for the legislation of PRS. The development of second life applications of retired EV batteries involves complex technologies, including different battery management system for different types and brands of EVs and different composition and designs of EV batteries. At present, these technologies are still in research or testing stage. The government will closely monitor and make reference to international development so as to incorporate these arrangements into the PRS in future, which will help promote the recycling and second life applications of retired batteries. To encourage local development, the government's Green Tech Fund and Recycle Fund has granted a total funding of about 10 million to 3 projects related to second life applications and recycling of retired batteries. These projects cover testing and evaluating performance of different types of retired batteries, applications of retired batteries on power grid stabilization, and recycling of precious heavy metals. We've also kept abreast of latest international proposals and policies. For example, the interim measures for administration of recycling traction batteries of new energy vehicles promulgated by the mainland government, interim provisions on traceability management of traction battery recycling for new energy vehicles have been issued. They have proposed the establishment of an electronic integrated management platform to record all battery-related information, such as sources, types, compositions, and so on. The EU is also consulting its member states on similar proposals for subsequent incorporation into relevant producer responsibility ordinance. We will continue to monitor the situation and consider incorporating these into our PRS in future. Mr. Frankie Yik, the Secretary's response sounds very good, but the industry tells me that the lead batteries that are used right now, a lot of them are exported illegally to backward countries for recycling. So the response is that the response given is under the assumption that everybody is complying with the legal regulations. So when the batteries are collected to South Korea or Belgium for recycling, I want to ask, have we received the pledges that they will always accept our retired batteries? If not, then how will Hong Kong deal with these retired batteries in the future? The reason I ask is because the industry has told me that they disagree with the government's producer responsibility scheme. That is, taking these old batteries, responsibility being borne by the industry. They feel that there should be a user pay principle. There should be a levy to help promote the industry to deal with the inevitable problem that arises. Secretary, thank you, Mr. Frankie Yik's follow-up question. I need to clarify that producer responsibility scheme, the producer, from an environment perspective, the definition doesn't mean that the product producer or the waste product producer, that is the EV, the battery, during the whole life cycle of the product from the vehicle manufacturer, the dealership, the user, they are all producers in the general definition. So the government or different jurisdictions, when they establish PRS, producer responsibility scheme, these producers all have to bear responsibility. So rest assured, in Hong Kong, when we develop a PRS framework, we're not placing the burden on one party. There has to be different participation, and all the participants contribute to this retired battery. So I have to thank the legislator, where the EV industry have provided feedback to us. We're looking into it, and we're arranging meetings with the industry. So through communication, we can clarify the intention of PRS and how Hong Kong can develop its own solutions. So we have an open attitude, and we can seek solutions through discussion. Thank you. Dr. Wendy Hong, Hong Kong arrangement to deal with retired batteries is to export these batteries, but the air flight lockdown and COVID has led to obstacles. A lot of batteries are stuck in Hong Kong, so we now have inventory problems. So I want to ask, has the government looked into creating our own recycling facilities for retired batteries? Secretary, thank you for the follow-up question. Hong Kong EV popularization is at different stages. Currently, EVs are at the initial phase of popularization. So, as I said in the main response, these retired batteries we have to export them. But I agree with your concern. We have popularized EVs, and we see that the fleet size will only increase. For example, in the first quarter of this year, for each for every 2 newly registered vehicles, one of them is an EV. So it will only increase. So we'll have to establish a framework. So as I said in the main response, we'll discuss with the industry and come up with our own PRS system. So how do we're looking at different jurisdictions and try to figure out how to apply that in Hong Kong. So honestly, frankly speaking, we don't have a final solution. As I responded to Mr. Yik, we have to find an outcome that is suitable for Hong Kong, whether it's setting up facilities in Hong Kong. Mr. Chen Zhanying, we have 4 battery facilities where the batteries are exported, but the government has granted $10 million in funds to recycle these batteries. Now, previously, Hong Kong Electric had looked into using these as backup power source. It could be used as a mobile power source. So I want to ask the government, if the technology is mature, will you consider using these types of retired batteries in government buildings so as to demonstrate that to the public that they should find a good use for these retired batteries? President, thank you, Mr. President. Well, we hope to support local research or even trials where EV retired batteries are given a second life. So in the main response, I said that through the Low Carbon Green Technology Fund, we support local industries in research. So actually, a few years ago, EMSD had liaised with the industry and looked at suitable applications for retired batteries. Frankly speaking, experience has told us that the technology is quite complex. We have different manufacturers, different types of batteries, different battery management system, different technical specifications. So it is a big challenge. Researchers around the world are working hard on solving this problem. So our local R&D, our local trials, we have to work with the different funds, the low carbon green technology. We have to work together. And if we can find suitable applications, the government can take the initiative and conduct trials. Nixie Lam, thank you, Mr. President. I heard that we have recycling and research being conducted in Hong Kong. Well, aside from the batteries, the cables, the charging cables are also hard to recycle. Now, I have encountered problems with the cables. They have no relevant service to recycle the cables. So, same as the 4 appliances and 1 computer, where we have producer responsibility scheme. So we need to have a feasible solution. And now we see that during a lockdown, during COVID, we've had inventories piling up. So how can it be sustainable? We don't want Hong Kong to face such a large waste problem. Secretary, thank you, Ms. Lam. The main response has dealt with this problem. When we have more and more EV, when we have a larger EV fleet, the relevant products will have to be retired after a few years. You have to replace the battery. That is foreseeable. So according to our roadmap, we are trying to build a framework. It might be called a producer responsibility scheme, but we're going to discuss with the industry. We'll have to come up with a local tailor-made solution where retired batteries, they can be given a second life if appropriate. Otherwise, it has to be recycled. So we're working sincerely with the industry to establish this framework. So Electrico will also have to support the relevant legislation, and let me add that waste cables, we in our small home appliances, we also have these old obsolete parts related to computers. There's a lot of metals that can be recovered and recycled, so our green community scheme can help deal with this. Mr. Tan Xiu-hong. Chairman, Mr. President, the Secretary's response mentioned a roadmap just now, and he also mentioned a producer responsibility scheme encouraging recycling and a second life. But we're still a long way from legislation, and it doesn't meet vehicle owners' expectations. So whether it is a ban on fossil fuel vehicles or limiting their numbers, this cannot support the development of a battery recycling industry. Now, you mentioned that the mainland have a new set of measures, and a lot of major cities in the Greater Bay Area have some success. So I want to ask the recycling of retired batteries, have you communicated with the Guangdong government to deploy the GBA advantages? If so, what are the details? If not, why not? Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chan. Regional cooperation regarding environmental policies, this is definitely a must. When we consider drawing up a producer responsibility scheme, the GBA participation is something that we need to consider. And of course, when you look at the private EV market, we have products from around the world. So when we have vehicles coming from different countries, and whether we can have regional cooperation or build up facilities, infrastructure in Hong Kong, now we have an open attitude. We will consider economic initiatives and other considerations. We have to thank you. We will look at creating a PRS scheme for Hong Kong. Mr. Li Zhankang. Now, I noticed the response repeatedly referred to research and monitoring overseas development. Now, well, we have a lot of successful examples proving that these retired batteries can have a second life. Especially, they can be used in data centers. And as a matter of fact, the recycled retired batteries, there are illegal means where it ends up in poor countries such as Pakistan, where the pollution is transferred to them. So could you give us a roadmap, a schedule, timetable, some KPIs, some policies? Secretary. The discussion focus today is about EVs, retired batteries. In our main response, I mentioned that we see in the past, we had a small scale of EV fleet. Now, looking at the figures over the last 5 years, on average, there were only 24 tons of retired batteries. These were lithium batteries. So these figures match the EV fleet size. So the data is accurate, is clear. Now I mentioned private EV vehicles, it's growing rapidly, and we can see that it can improve curbside air quality. But we do have problems. When we have more and more retired batteries, we have to deal with them. So last year, the EV roadmap stated very clearly that the government is building legislation, is building a framework so that these batteries can be handled appropriately. Now on the mainland, the measures are temporary, provisional, so we're not lagging behind. Everybody is still groping in the dark. Now technology is moving rapidly. Technology is from a few years ago, and it will be very different from in a few years' time. So we have to look carefully what the EU, what the mainland, what the different jurisdictions are doing. It's a complex problem, and we have to ensure that the retired batteries can be disposed of appropriately. When the quantity is small in Hong Kong, it's not appropriate to build a facility in Hong Kong. We have to rely on exports, but when the size is large, we'll have to create a framework for disposal of retired batteries. Thank you, Mr. President. Fourth question.
Question 4, Professor Nelson Lam. Thank you, President. To assist residential care homes, RCH, for the elderly and for persons with disabilities in coping with the manpower shortage arising from the fifth wave of the coronavirus disease 2019 epidemic, the Social Welfare Department recruited in early March this year, respectively in Hong Kong and from the mainland, temporary contract care workers on a 3-month contract period and deployed some of these care workers to station in different RCHs for providing services so as to alleviate the manpower pressure on RCHs. In this connection, with the government informed this council, one of the respective numbers of the aforementioned newly recruited local and mainland care workers, whether it has offered further employment to those care workers whose contracts have expired, and whether it has plans to offer further employment to those care workers whose contracts have not yet expired, if so, of the upper limits for the relevant contract periods and the number of care workers. 2. Given that this batch of care workers are only required to undergo a 3-day training course before they may commence service, of the differences between the contents of such course and those of the 152-hour foundation certificate in care worker training courses offered by the Employees Retraining Board, whether it has assessed the differences in the quality of services provided by the care workers trained under these two courses, and 3, whether it will consider providing in-depth training courses for this batch of care workers to enhance their service quality, therefore assisting them in changing to the post of care workers to be employed on a long-term basis in future. If so, of the details, if not the reasons for that. Secretary for Labour and Welfare. President, my consolidated reply to the member's question is as follows. To fight against the fifth wave of the coronavirus disease 2019 epidemic, the Social Welfare Department SWD urgently employed 353 and 762 temporary contract care workers with a 3-month contract locally and from the mainland respectively in March 2022. Upon completion of training, these temporary contract care workers were deployed by SWD to residential care homes RCH for the elderly and persons with disabilities, isolation facilities and holding centers to assist in taking care of elderly persons and persons with disabilities. SWD engaged 4 training institutes, including the Haven of Hope Professional Training Institute of Haven of Hope Christian Service, Characters Institute of Community Education, Hong Kong Institute of Gerontology, and Yen Oi Tong Jockey Club Training Center to provide a 3-day training program for the temporary contract care workers. The aforementioned 4 training institutes have been approved by SWD to offer training courses for care workers under the training subsidy scheme for staff of residential care homes. The courses are accredited of Qualifications Framework Level 2 and with not less than 21 hours of classroom learning. The course content includes daily personal care, oral care and food care, vital signs, communication skills, lifting and transfer, infection control skills, etc. The syllabus of the training program for the temporary contract care workers was formulated by making reference to the training courses for care workers under the scheme, among which classroom training should account for no less than 21 hours. Temporary contract care workers who were employed had to complete the training program and pass the assessment before they were deployed to provide services. To meet the needs of different people, the Employees Retraining Board (ERB) offers a variety of training courses, including the placement-type courses dedicated for the unemployed, the generic skills courses applicable for different industries, and skills upgrading courses for enhancing the skills of employees, etc. The full-time foundation certificate in care worker training provided by ERB targets at those who are unemployed or are job seekers. Apart from the skills required for daily care of elderly persons, the training content includes introduction to the care sector, knowledge on aging and how to seek medical consultation for elderly persons, as well as topics such as personal development and job search skills. ERB also provides various skills upgrading courses for the healthcare service industry to assist trainees in enhancing their competence and attaining multidimensional skills. There are over 20 courses that are suitable for enrollment of care workers, and the trainees may apply for fee waivers or course fee subsidies. In addition, the government will continue to train and encourage young people to join the care sector through the navigation scheme for young persons in care services, and will continue to closely monitor the manpower situation of the sector and explore suitable enhancement measures. As the pandemic gradually stabilized, the holding center set up by SWD earlier in the community have ceased to operate. Currently, there is no plan to extend the employment of the temporary contract care workers. Nevertheless, it is believed that the training they received prior to employment and the knowledge and practical experience about care work they gained during employment should have a positive impact on them in joining the care sector. Professor Nelson Lam. Thank you, President. Thank you, Secretary, for giving us some figures. 553 local care workers who've received training. I would focus on them. As you know, there's been prolonged shortage of manpower at RCH. So, would you consider any measures at all? At the peak of the epidemic, these people were prepared to join the sector. Of course, the pay was reasonable anyway, so they had a passion to care for the elderly and persons with disabilities. So would you consider further training for them and bring them into the system? Or they could be hired by RCH. And then, of course, there is a possibility of the epidemic rebounding, so we may need these people still. Secretary, we welcome anyone joining the sector. There are 353 local contract care workers. Some of them have of course gained experience in caring for RCH residents. So there's a good chance that they may join the sector eventually after gaining the experience. So we'll be trying to do more publicity, and so they will be interested in joining the sector. And I believe there is need, of course, to upgrade their training, and we'll certainly follow up in future, I'm sure. Ms. Connie Lam. Now, there is a shortage of manpower in the care sector, so the epidemic is actually was the last straw. Now, it's been mentioned that the government has launched various training schemes, but then because the pay is low and there are no career prospects, that's why young people would not join the sector. They could not be retained either. So would you have any plans to improve the training mechanism for the sector, and also maybe you could improve the career ladder and qualifications framework and so on, so young people would be attracted to join the sector? Secretary. Thank you, President. Well, that question actually covers quite a number of issues. First, for sectors that do not have high educational requirements, we've seen shortage of manpower. The work pressure is heavy. Pay and condition of service is only one of the factors to be considered. Now, for subvented RCH, and in particular for personal care workers, we have raised the salary pay point by 2 points for median wage, so it's close to the maximum pay point. So put simply, for the subsidy we give to each personal care worker is over $20,000. So how much more could we do to attract more local residents to join the sector, while we encourage subvented RCH to offer relatively reasonable pay so that people will be attracted to join them. But for young people is a lot more complex. In any case, with the navigation scheme for young persons in care services, we've already adjusted pay. And after we've made improvements to the arrangements, we will closely monitor whether we're able to retain young people. Mr. Stanley Lee. Well, there's a serious manpower shortage in the RCH sector. Now, and then for RCHEs, because they need to meet the standards of the SWD, so they have to keep staff who are not performing well at all. Now, the Secretary mentioned navigation scheme for young persons in care services, but the sector told us there's no matching scheme, so they don't know where they could find these young people to join them. So could you do more in that respect? Another question is you have over 10% of vacancies. There are over 10,000 vacant posts. So would you further relax the criteria under the supplementary labor scheme? Would you turn it into a standing labor importation scheme, because you're not able to hire people locally, so you have to import workers? Would you address that, please? Thank you. Secretary. Now, because of the epidemic, we have this relaxed arrangement. It actually ended on the 31st of May. So how are we going to deal with the issue in future, in particular in relation to the labor importation? Of course, we'll continue to talk to the sector, in particular the representatives at the Labor Advisory Board. We will have discussion with them. Now, if we want to address manpower shortage, you can imagine we will need a multi-pronged approach. The work environment, could that be improved? What about the career prospects, promotion prospects, could that be improved? So we have to look at a host of issues. Now, for labor importation today and in the past is, of course, one way to address manpower shortage. In 2021, we approved about 1,600 plus care workers to be imported to Hong Kong. Of course, when we have increasing demands in the sector and there is a drop in manpower supply locally, of course, importation of labor would remain one of the channels to address the issue. Mr. Charles Siu Chung. Now, the SWD employed these temporary care workers on an emergency basis with a high pay, some $31,000. So people were attracted to join, but at the end you didn't hire many of them. So you can see, therefore, it's not as what the Secretary said before. If you can't throw money at the problem and get it to go away. It shows here you could throw money at the problem. With improved pay, people are attracted. But then, of course, you've increased the subvention in the past, but then because of the lump sum subvention grant arrangement, not all the additional grant goes to the workers, in particular the frontline workers. So are you going to increase the special grant to frontline care workers? Would you also improve their pay so that you could attract people to join the sector and address the manpower shortage issue? Secretary. Well, on pay, this is something we will have to continue to study and consider. About 2 years ago, we've started to see a drop in the work size of the workforce, but then there will be rapid increase in labor demands for the residential care home sector. So how are we going to attract people to join the trade? Of course, this will be an important issue. Pay is just one of the factors. Other factors are important as well. That's why we need to consider the matter as a whole. For increasing the subvention amount, as I said already, the amount is not too unsatisfactory. But of course, it will take some time for the pay to be gradually adjusted upwards. Now, in the lump sum subvention grant, one of the important considerations is that NGOs have to make good use of the resources provided by the government so they could hire enough staff as required by the government. This is one way we will monitor the use of a lump sum grant by NGOs. Thank you. Dr. Junius Ho. Well, this is a meaningful question. Secretary, just now you appealed to NGOs to make good use of government resources so that they could bring in more people to the sector to serve the elderly. Now, but what I want to tell you is this. Well, it's easy for you to say that, but when it comes to implementation, you're not being flexible enough. You're rather rigid, actually. For example, during the epidemic, many people were prepared to act as volunteer in addressing the manpower shortage in RCH. They know that you have a special compensation scheme for staff. Now, between staff and volunteers, of course, there's a difference. So you should extend the definition of staff to cover volunteers so they could use the resources as well, but you've refused to do that. So you say that you want to make sure good use of government resources, but there is a need for flexibility in your policy. So would you undertake to do that? Secretary. Well, I'm sure members will have different views on whether the government should be more flexible or whether there should be more supervision. So we make sure that organizations treat their staff properly. But anyway, we'll try to strike the right balance. Thank you. Dr. Teck Chi Yuen. Thank you, President. A number of members today have expressed concern about the manpower situation at RCH. In a press conference hosted by the press chief executive in March, she acknowledged that there's been a consistent 20% vacancy rate in the sector, and the government's been discussing with the sector for a long time on how to resolve the matter. Well, I agree that the Secretary is right to say that we need to consider a host of factors. Now, we have the navigation scheme for young persons. There are other schemes as well. Still, we cannot resolve the matter. So, may I ask if the Secretary would consider setting up a working group, including representatives of the sector, experts, and government officials, so we could sit down together to talk about near, mid, and long-term solutions? Because with a standing manpower shortage problem, it doesn't bode well for the elderly. Secretary, on how we address the manpower issue, there are a number of recommendations, and we are working on a number of tasks. At the Elderly Commission, there's also been concern all along about such RCH services. Later on, we'll be going to the panel on welfare services to report the progress of our work. Of course, this is an ongoing exercise. But if I may add, in the past few years, we have, implemented a number of measures, including increasing the subvention. If we haven't done that, then we will be seeing even a more acute manpower shortage problem. Now, because there is some short supply of manpower. So with a short supply of manpower, still the vacancy rate has not come down further. That shows that our measures have been effective, at least to control the vacancy rate at this current level. And we will continue with our work. Thank you. Mr. Lam Chun Sing. Now, I must declare that the organization I belong to belongs to an organization that's receives subvention from the government. Now, there was a WhatsApp message some time ago to recruit care workers, but then when the epidemic was at its height, these people were not able to take up their positions. And there is a referral scheme. The Hong Kong Institute of Gerontology helped with the referral scheme, and it worked quite well. They helped several hundred people to be recruited. So for such targeted referral and matching schemes? Could you extend them so they could become regular schemes and that will help to address the long-term manpower shortage problem? Secretary, thank you for your follow-up question. Yes, this is an important pilot scheme indeed. During this wave of epidemic, we've used temporary contracts to hire workers and so on. These are all measures we've never done before. And even with the referral and matching scheme, it's not been done before. We're still monitoring the effectiveness of the scheme. And this pilot scheme will only end in another 2 to 3 weeks, so we'll review the effectiveness of the scheme and see whether we should extend it. Thank you. Mr. Michael Look. Now, the government hired a batch of temporary contract care workers during the epidemic. There's the assumption that local residents don't want to take up such work, so eventually you hired many from the mainland. And then Mr. Ho Kai Meng became like recruitment commissioner. He tried to encourage people to join the sector, but then at the end they were able to hire enough people. But then for private outreach, all along people are not prepared to join the private outreach. If that's the case, would the government consider certain requirements on working hours? For subvented homes, there's shift of 9 hours, but for private outreach, it's a 12-hour day. So it's very difficult to attract people to join the sector. It's no longer about pay, it's no longer about training. It's about the working hours. So would the government pay attention to the private outreach sector in particular in relation to working hours? Secretary. Well, I don't think it's just a matter of regulating the working hours and then we would resolve the matter. We need to talk about the operation of outreach, the funding sources, whether there's adequate manpower level and so on. So there are a host of factors to consider. I think first of all we have to consider how we could improve the quality of service for private outreach. How can we make sure they could provide better services? And only then would there be scope for adjusting the pay and working hours. So first of all, we have to consider how we could help private outreach operators to improve their service, and that's a more important issue. Thank you.
The fifth question, Honourable Chen Chen-ying. Mr. President, the government launched the I'm Smart platform, I'm Smart for short, at the end of 2020 and indicated that it would actively promote and support public and private organizations in using the platform for providing their online services. In this connection, will government inform this council, first, of the respective numbers of registered users of I'm Smart and I'm Smart Plus, which is equipped with a digital signing function, second, of the service items provided and the number of commercial transactions conducted via I'm Smart, as well as the trend, whether it has plans to increase the number of service items offered by public and private organizations through using I'm Smart. If so, of the details, if not, the reasons for that. And third, as has been reported, that the government of Singapore launched a digital identity platform named SingPass in as early as 2017 and integrated each citizen's personal data, which were scattered across various government organizations, into a data bank on personal data named MyInfo. Whether the government will, by drawing reference from the practices of Singapore or other regions, establish a central data bank on personal data with its operations led by government so as to further facilitate members of the public in using the online services provided by the public and private organizations through I'm Smart. If so, of the details, if not, the reasons for that. Secretary for Innovation and Technology, I'd like to thank Mr. Ronick Chen for his question about I'm Smart. To further promote the development of smart city in Hong Kong, the government launched the one-stop personalized digital services platform I'm Smart in end December 2020, which aims to provide a reliable electronic identity authentication function for members of the public to log in and use various government, public, and private digital services, as well as to conduct electronic transactions in a simple and secure manner. At that time, we anticipated that some 130 services would adopt I'm Smart progressively by end of 2023. There are two versions, I'm Smart and I'm Smart Plus. I'm Smart provides authentication, the e-me auto form filling, and personalized notification functions, while I'm Smart Plus provides the digital signing function with legal backing for handling legal documents and procedures in addition to the functions mentioned above. As at the end of May 2022, over 210 government, public, and private online services are accessible through the I'm Smart platform, and over 17 million usage counts are recorded. Amongst the many services, the frequently used ones include the checking of COVID-19 vaccination records and electronic testing records, e-health, e-tax, vehicle license renewal, leisure link application for working family allowance, checking of electricity and gas bills, etc. Regarding Mr. Chan's question, my reply is as follows. First, as of the end of 2022, the I'm Smart platform had more than 1.3 million registered users, of which more than 400,000 were I'm Smart Plus users. Second, at present, private organizations from different industry sectors, including public utilities, insurance, banking and financial services, telecommunications, information communications technology, healthcare, etc., have adopted I'm Smart for logging into the services, performing identity authentication or digital signing. Up to now, services provided by these private organizations have been accessed and used for about 200,000 times through I'm Smart, and the number is on a steady rise. The government has been actively encouraging private organizations to adopt I'm Smart in their online services. In 2020, the Office of Government Chief Information Officer launched the I'm Smart Sandbox program in collaboration with the Cyberport to enable public and private organizations to conduct proof of concept tests and develop application solutions adopting I'm Smart. The OGL and Cyberport will continue to promote the Sandbox program to more sectors and organizations and provide programming training for the industry to adopt I'm Smart, with more users registering for I'm Smart and increasing awareness from the industry about the benefits brought by I'm Smart. We expect that more public and private organizations will adopt I'm Smart in future. Third, the development and application of personal digital identity technology has always been an area of concern of government. The e-me auto form filling function, which is now available on the I'm Smart platform, facilitates users to store the company use personal data in advance so that they do not have to fill in the same information when using online services of the government, private and public organizations in future. Having regard to the views of the finance sector, a new address data function has been made available on e-me that enables users to store the utility bills for water, electricity and gas services as address proofs for applying for services provided by the government or public and private organizations. The OGL has also made reference to the practice of other regions, including Singapore, where real-time data interchange is made available. Instead of establishing a central database, with the consent of the citizen concerned, data exchange will be made to facilitate his or her use of government services. At present, the government cloud infrastructure services are equipped with relevant facilities which enable data interchange among the systems and databases of various government departments via application programming interface. In fact, various online services launched by the government during the epidemic have adopted data interchange for real-time verification of the personal data of members of the public through communications with the systems and databases of various bureaus and departments in order to reduce the processing time. To further provide the general public with greater inconvenience, the OGL is developing the Consented Data Exchange Gateway, CDEG. Members of the public may opt for authorizing the exchange of their personal data among government departments by means of data interchange through the systems, thus dispensing with the process of entering data repeatedly. The CDEG will also link with the commercial data interchange being developed by the Hong Kong Monetary Authority. In preparation for data interchange between financial institutions and government departments, the Monetary Authority is now working with individual government departments like Companies Registry on the detailed arrangement for data interchange so that the financial institutions, with the authorization by their clients, may obtain and access the data of their clients stored in government systems and databases. I thank Mr. Chen once again for his question so that we can explore ways to promote Hong Kong as a smart city. Mr. Chen. I'm glad to learn from Mr. Sid, the Secretary, that the OGO is developing the consented data exchange gateway. This is quite close to my idea of a central database. This is a very important piece of infrastructure, taking Hong Kong on its way to a smart city. Now you are developing it. How long does it take before we can see a prototype? And how many more years do we have to wait before we have it commissioned for use? Secretary, I'd like to thank Mr. Chen for his question. For this consented data exchange gateway, it is actively underway. It is expected that it can be commissioned next year, 2023, for public use. Mr. Kenneth Falk. Thank you, Mr. President. According to the OGO's information, in the year 2020, I'm Smart Sandbox program was opened to 4 industries, the healthcare, finance, etc., while arts, culture, and sports will be one of the pillar industries in Hong Kong. The government would like to turn sports and culture into industries. In the year 2020, for the relevant ministry on the mainland, it is said that we should learn about their ideas about advanced developments, and we should have creative industry, and we should also digitize the relevant sectors. So I'm Smart will be an important tool. We are going to get a new bureau covering arts, culture, and sports. I want to know when I'm Smart will be open to our sector, and are you going to have some tailor-made functions for us? Are you going to consult our sector so that the features would tie in with our needs and beneficial to our sector? Secretary, I'd like to thank Mr. Falk for his question. In the course of development, we have this cooperation with the Cyberport. 300 organizations are cooperating with us so as to consider ways to maximize our use of the I'm Smart program. I haven't got the details with me, whether there will be some organizations from the art and culture sector as well as the sports sector. We will certainly welcome your participation, because I'm Smart is there to facilitate the public and provide a greater degree of convenience, so that by applying technology, we can encourage and facilitate the citizens' use of our recreational and sports facilities. In fact, we have the leisure link being covered in our service catalog. So I'm sure we will keep up our dialogue with the relevant departments. Thank you. Mr. Yu Park Leung. Last July, there was a reply to a written question. We were told that I'm Smart may be developed in such a way that we can interface with the Macau authorities so that we can enhance electronic transactions between Hong Kong and Macau, and it will also facilitate the use of I'm Smart in the GBA to use online services and to carry out transactions. I want to know whether that study has been completed and what is the outcome. Secretary, thank you. President, thank you, Mr. Yu. What is important is that we would like to see how I'm Smart can be effectively interfaced with similar systems in other places, in particular the GBA. We are looking at similar systems. What we want to do is to have an electronic certificate to have mutual recognition. What's important is to make sure that our system is proper, and we have to talk to the GBA cities, and we need to have mutual recognition. It takes time. In the course of it, we have to make sure that while we facilitate the flow of data, we want to have a reasonable degree of security so that there will be public confidence in the system. I believe that the new term government will need to work harder in this regard so that there will be mutual access to information and data within the GBA. Thank you. Next, Mr. Tony Chair. Thank you, Mr. President. For I'm Smart, it is free and it serves the needs of our Hong Kong citizens. Anybody age 11 or above, as long as you have a valid Hong Kong ID card, you can register for I'm Smart. But of course, for anyone in the age band of 11 to 17, you need the parental consent before you can register. If I may follow up on the main reply, Mr. President. Now, for the registered users of I'm Smart, we have got 1.7 million. For the I'm Smart Plus, we have got 400,000. That carries the digital signing function as well. Are you going to carry out some statistical surveys so as to find out about the usage patterns of different age groups so that you can have the corresponding functions so that at the end of the day, more and more people will register for I'm Smart Plus? Secretary, well, in fact, we have this in mind as well. That is, we want to know how, by gathering more information, we can then fine-tune our system. We have 1.37 million I'm Smart users. For those using the digital signing functions, there are 400,000 of them. That is I'm Smart Plus users. We hope that by using I'm Smart, we can support the development of Hong Kong into a smart city. The message is loud and clear, and I think that can be done. As to how different age groups, different sectors can have their needs and preferences known to us, we are collecting the information. Mr. Chen Kin-po. Thank you, Mr. President. It has been said that for some of the services provided by I'm Smart, you can only get connected with the relevant website. Say, if you want to borrow a book, you are connected to the Hong Kong public libraries. You need your ID card, you need your password. But in fact, you could have logged in the public library's web page directly instead of going via the I'm Smart. Can we change that so that by having just account name and one password, you can then access all sorts of government services? Secretary. Well, the purpose of I'm Smart is exactly what Mr. Chen has got in mind. I know that when citizens visit different websites of the government or the public and private organizations, there may be different account names, and then there are passwords that you need to punch in, and they have to be updated from time to time. And that's causing a nuisance, that's causing a difficulty. So how we are able to use this one-stop personalized digital services platform to solve the problem? Well, we have launched I'm Smart. We have launched the I'm Smart Plus so that you have a reliable and safe and single channel portal to access different government services. And of course, there are public organizations, private organizations, like public utilities, the town gas, the electricity companies. We want to cover many more such service providers. Mr. Chen is right. We have already established certain online systems. Their systems have been up and running for a long time. We want to cover as many types of services as possible. Now, we hope that by 2023, there should be 130 services. But in fact, we have overperformed, because by end of May 2022, there are already over 210 services made accessible. With the Sandbox program, it is hoped that there will be even more. But then, of course, we may not always be able to address the problem raised by Mr. Chen. For some systems, they may still want you to fill out more information first. But on my part and on the part of my team, we really want to get more services being added to our I'm Smart system. And then with concerted efforts, we can expand the network. If the service network is not wide, you cannot attract the users. By not having enough users, then you can't get public organizations, private organizations, or government departments showing interest to join. So it is an interactive scenario. So we need to expand the network. On the one hand, on the other hand, as Mr. Chen has reminded, the process should be streamlined as much as possible. We should avoid making users needing to key in their passwords repeatedly. Thank you. Mr. Ma Fong Kwok, according to the ITB and according to information provided to our panel, it is said that for our optics, I understand that by 2023, I'm Smart will be adopted. In recent days, it is said that for tickets for performances, you need to give your real name when you purchase the tickets. A pilot scheme has been up and running. But then for the collection of personal data, I'm afraid it has become a burden on the service provider. Responsibilities, liabilities, and also privacy concerns. Now, in the future, if you are to be connected with the ticketing systems in the market, are you going to study the issue of real name requirement and what is the interface? Thank you, Mr. Ma. In the course of our development, I'm Smart Plus will exactly address the issue raised by Mr. Ma, that is when you need to give your real name to get registered or to buy different services. I'm Smart Plus will give you that convenience. Therefore, we hope that departments as well as organizations will make good use of I'm Smart, and we have been cooperating with Cyberport to run an I'm Smart sandbox program so that our target service providers will get used to our system, and then they will be willing to adopt I'm Smart as the medium. But of course, I know that service providers may not be too sure as to how they can be connected with I'm Smart. So we have got the sandbox program. Training sessions are available so that the relevant organizations can better understand what benefits, what convenience can I'm Smart bring to them. In the future, we'll have more cooperation with the organizations so to provide a better service. Mr. Sunny Tang. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm grateful to Mr. Chen for showing the concern concerning the I'm Smart. I want to know when I'm Smart corporate version will be available. 2 months ago, I asked a question. Q2 last year saw the completion of the corporate version, but then they are now verifying the test run. I want to know about the progress and when the corporate version will be available. Thank you. In Q2 of 2021, we completed phase 1 proof of concept testing of the corporate version of I'm Smart. In the light of the test result, we are trying to see how we can have a sustainable development program. We need to talk to other organizations like the Hong Kong Monetary Authority. We have to enhance our interaction. Say, for example, in terms of electronic authentication of corporations, there are many factors that we need to bear in mind, like the system security as well as protection of privacy of the users. Well, in fact, there will be economic and financial implications. So after we have done with the proof of concept test, then we have to turn to, say, the Hong Kong MA for coordination. Hong Kong MA will talk to them individually so that we can apply the I'm Smart technology to the relevant services. I can't give an answer at the moment, but we'll try our best to bring about it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, President. Currently, under the White Form Secondary Market Scheme implemented by the Hong Kong Housing Authority, persons eligible for White Form status and allocated with quota may buy flats with premium unpaid in the secondary market of subsidized sale housing flats. So in this connection, will the government inform the Council, given that the maximum mortgage guarantee period for HOS flats currently provided by HA is 30 years, counting from the date of first assignment, of a breakdown of the current number of HOS flats in the territory by the remaining guarantee period, and 2, as it is learned that the remaining guarantee period of an HOS flat will affect the mortgage loan tenor to be granted to a home buyer under WSM and the affordability of the flat to the buyer, and that currently quite a number of HOS flats are aging with their remaining guarantee periods becoming shorter, whether HA will consider extending the guarantee period for HOS flats. If not, and the reasons for that, and given that only 10% of the quota of 4,500 was allocated to single persons under the new round of WSM launched in February this year, whether HA will consider adjusting upward the quota for single persons and to increase the chance of single person applicants in buying HOS flats. If not, and the reasons for that. President, in response to the aspirations of low and middle income families to buy their own homes, the Hong Kong Housing Authority launched an interim scheme to extend the home ownership scheme secondary market to white form buyers since 2013 so as to enrich the housing ladder. After a review and taking into account the sustained demand for subsidized sale flat schemes from white form buyers, the HA endorsed the regularization of interim scheme as the white form secondary market scheme from 2018 to encourage banks and authorized financial institutions to provide better mortgage terms for purchases of SSFS flats. HA provides a mortgage default guarantee to the participating financial institution. In accordance with the deed of guarantee entered between HA and the participating financial institutions, HA undertakes to meet the shortfall in repayment in the event of default by mortgagors of SSFS flats under specified circumstances during the mortgage default guarantee period as set out in the applicable DOG. The mortgage default guarantee applies to SSFS flats sold in the primary market and also those sold under the secondary market scheme. As provided in the prevailing DOG, the maximum mortgage default guarantee period for flats under the HOS and Green Form subsidized home ownership scheme is 30 years from the date of the first assignment of flats. So my reply is to Mr. Leung Man Gong is as follows. According to information, the total number of HOS flats, GSH flats with premium unpaid is about 271,000 as of end of March 2022. Some HOS flats were put up for sale in the early years, and HA does not have the information on the date of first assignment, so we cannot work out the residual mortgage default guarantee period of all HOS flats. That said, assuming that the completion date of HOS GSH development concerned the same as the date of first assignment of all flats in the same development, we can roughly estimate the residual mortgage default guarantee period of these flats. There are about 24,000 flats with a residual period of more than 20 years to 30 years, and about 5,000 flats of more than 10 years to 20 years, and about 76,000 flats of 10 years and below. Considering the financial risk that can be borne by HA currently provides a maximum mortgage default guarantee period of 30 years to participating financial institutions. However, HA's mortgage default guarantee period is only one of the factors for reference by banks and financial institutions in granting mortgage loans. Banks and financial institutions may provide different mortgage terms according to actual circumstances of individual mortgage applications, such as the repayment ability and track record of applicants, as well as other relevant factors. Regarding the mortgage repayment period, HA has required banks and financial institutions to grant mortgage loans not exceeding 25 years. It does not stipulate that the mortgage repayment period has to expire with the mortgage default guarantee period. In practice, banks and financial institutions will determine the mortgage repayment period based on their commercial consideration and individual circumstances of mortgage applicants. Therefore, HA has no plan to extend the mortgage default guarantee period. But when HA endorsed the extension of the HOS secondary market in white form buys under the interim scheme in September 2012, so when it extended the HOS secondary market in white form buys under the interim scheme in September 2012, it had taken into account the needs of family applicants and one-person applicants for SSFS flats. At that time, considering that family applicants had more pressing needs to purchase a flat versus a one-person applicant, HA set the allocation ratio for family and one-person applicants at 9-1. This was in line with the arrangements for other subsidized housing policy, where higher priority is allocated to family applicants. The same allocation ratio was adopted when regularizing the WSM in 2018. So before the launch of each WSM exercise, HA will discuss and endorse the implementation details, including the allocation ratio for family and one-person applicants. Taking into account the fact that demand from white form applicants remains strong and that there has been no significant change in the proportion of family and one-person applicants, HA had endorsed in January 2022 to maintain the allocation ratio for family and one-person applicants at 9-1 for WSM 2022, apart from keeping the annual quota at 4,500. HA will take into account the prevailing situation, such as the utilization of annual quota in the previous exercise, the number of family and one-person applicants, and other relevant factors, and the views of stakeholders when considering the allocation ratio in future exercises. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Leung Man Gong. Now, the total figure is 70% for the mortgage guarantee period of less than 10 years. Now, the guarantee period was also extended from 25 to 30 years. It was expected that the applicants could get more favorable terms and it would lead to more liquidity in the market. So it is time for review. So my follow-up question is regarding the quota of WSM. Now, in the last example, we had more than 120,000 applicants, so the demand for subsidized housing is very high. Now, if WSM single person quota could be allowed to change, to alter to 8-2, that could help more home ownership. So could the quota for WSM be adjusted? Could the number of HOS flats be also the number of HOS applicants also be considered? Thank you for the question. As a matter of fact, we are concerned about WSM market. First of all, the number of units for sale per year is some 3,000 plus per year, and the completed purchase is about 2,400. So that is the number of approved sales are 3,600 per year, but the number of transactions are only about 2,400. So we look at the demand and supply. It is stable and indicates the actual conditions. I understand, Mr. Leung. I understand your concern for home ownership desire among the young population. You also want the ratio to be adjusted. Now, if the ratio is to be adjusted, then in each exercise we will handle the arrangement. Now, regarding the mortgage and guarantee period, we will review that together. Mr. Zheng Mengong, Chao Mankong, thank you for the response. I would like, but I'm disappointed with the response. Now, if the 30-year guarantee period, if you don't relax that, now let me do some simple calculation. The mortgage interest is 2.5%. For 1 million, it's 5,300. If you only have 5 years left, you'll have to pay 17,500 per month. So if the policy doesn't change, it would seriously impact the liquidity of HOS flats and the choice for green form applicants. So I want to ask the Secretary, could you communicate with the monetary authority and adjust the policy? Because if it doesn't change, then we cannot allow for more we cannot allow more people to purchase property. So I don't think it has a serious impact on the public finances. Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me to provide some information. As of 2022 end of March, the number of subsidized units sale, the mortgage involves some 90 billion. In other words, in the process, if there is any market adjustment or if the mortgage, if there's any affordability issues, then there is a financial risk. So the Housing Authority, as of March this year, the finances they have at their disposal is 57 billion. So we have to be cautious and also manage risks. Whenever we sell subsidized housing, we have to sign an agreement with banks and financial institutions. We have a loan guarantee, a mortgage guarantee. So this is a matter of concern. If you take the mortgage guarantee period and extend that, HA's financial risk goes up. Now I understand legislators are concerned about the low middle income families, and whenever we offer subsidized units for sale and for the WSM secondary market, we have to review the social conditions, the applicant's desire for home ownership, the financial risk. We have to keep an eye on these criteria. Well, thank you. Mr. Chan Hock Fong. Thank you, Chairman. WSM applicants, they, aside from the loan guarantee period, they are also concerned about the sale price and whether they can get the full mortgage, whether the banks can appraise the unit to full market value. So the government has created a market for units that don't have, where the premium is not paid. So can it be made easier for home? Can home ownership be made easier? Well, thank you, Mr. Chan, for the question. In the WSM, we had put some restrictions on the sale, but we have to start from the first sale. In the first 5 years, from the first within the first 5 years, they have to sell it at the original price, and they also have to comply with the subsidized housing intention. And in the secondary market, they have to negotiate the price. Another item that you need to bear in mind is that in our subsidized housing pricing in 2018, we had fixed the price with eligible applicants' family income. That was linked rather than having it linked to the market price. So when the public purchase subsidized housing, affordability is linked with the family's income level. So recently we've talked about the sale of subsidized housing. The discount can be up to 50%. So I have to thank legislators for your concern about subsidized housing and your concern about the public's desire for home ownership. We'll keep an eye on things, and aside from PRH, we also want to cater to low middle income families and provide home ownership. Mr. Holden Chow. President, in the main response, it's made clear that for WSM, HA provides a loan guarantee period. It seems like the period is getting shorter. But I want to ask, have you done statistics? Let's take it to an extreme. If HA does not provide a loan guarantee, then banks' participation, what is the impact? Especially, I heard that in the past you've extended the loan guarantee period, but the number of transactions, or how is that affected? Then we'll understand when you change the loan guarantee period how effective it is. I think our colleagues need to understand this. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Frank Chan, I can provide some statistics. The HA regarding the loan guarantee, the mortgage guarantee used to purchase subsidized housing, the interest rate is slightly lower than market rate because the banks and financial institutions, to a certain extent, the risk is borne by HA. That is why when we provide this guarantee, we have provided some assistance for homeowners. Well, do we need to review and amend the policy? Well, whenever we provide subsidized housing for sale in the secondary market, we have to examine the conditions. If you look at history, starting from 1985, the mortgage period was 15 years and the loan guarantee was for 15 years, and by 1986 it had been adjusted to 25 years mortgage period and the loan guarantee was 20 years, and by 2012 the loan guarantee period had been extended to 30 years and the maximum period has been also extended to 25 years. So we regularly review the policy, and for the WSM, and we will review all these together.
Government Bill, first reading. Copyright Amendment Bill 2022, second reading. Secretary for Commerce and Economic Development. President, members, I move the second reading of the Copyright Amendment Bill 2022. The bill in short. The intellectual property IP regime is of immense importance to Hong Kong as an international trade center, while updating Hong Kong's copyright regime and strengthening copyright protection in the digital environment is an important part of the strategy to develop Hong Kong into a regional IP trading center under the National 14th Five-Year Plan. Our IP regime must therefore keep abreast with times and international norms, as well as meet Hong Kong's social and economic needs. The government has since 2006 conducted 3 major rounds of consultation on strengthening copyright protection in the digital environment, and introduced 2 amendment bills in 2011 and 2014 respectively into this Council. However, the corresponding legislative processes could not become although the Relevant Bills Committee supported the amendment bill on both occasions, however, the corresponding legislative processes could not be completed before the expiry of the respective Legislative Council legislative terms due to filibustering by members in the opposition camp. Upon improving the electoral system, the executive and the legislature are back to rational interactions. We believe the time is right for the early revival of the exercise to amend the copyright legislation. To this end, we started a 3-month public consultation in November 2021 and proposed to use the Copyright Amendment Bill 2014, the 2014 bill, as the basis of amending the Copyright Ordinance, CO, as the relevant legislative proposals are the results of years of deliberations of the government, electrical copyright owners, online service providers, OSPs, and copyright users, representing the consensus and balance of interests of different stakeholders. The majority of respondents in the consultation last year agreed that there was an imminent need for Hong Kong to update our copyright regime, and there was general support for the key legislative proposals of the government. We briefed the LegCo panel on commerce and industry this April regarding the consultation outcome and our proposed way forward on amending the CO. Members generally supported our proposal and agreed that priority should be given to copyright issues where there is consensus and that the legislative amendments should be proceeded with as soon as possible. We're glad to see that after improving the electoral system, this Council has been pragmatic, rational, and efficient in discussing policies and measures that would benefit our economic development. The Council has been playing an important role in enhancing Hong Kong's overall competitiveness. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank this Council for its full cooperation. On main legislative proposals, taking into account the views received during the public consultation, the bill covers 5 key legislative proposals as follows. A. To introduce an exclusive technology-neutral communication right for copyright owners in light of technological developments and ensure the protection of their works which they communicate to the public through any mode of electronic transmission. Having considered the views of copyright owners on the scope of coverage of communication right, we have made appropriate adjustments and clarifications to the relevant provisions to better bring out our legislative intent. B. To introduce criminal sanction against infringements relating to the new communication right. C. To add the purposes of parody, satire, caricature, and pastiche to cite the 3 main categories of purposes in the use of copyright works for copyright exceptions, as well as to revise and expand the existing scope of copyright exceptions to facilitate online learning, operation of libraries, museums, and archives, media shifting of sound recordings, and other uses of copyright works, with a view to maintaining an appropriate balance between copyright protection and the reasonable use of copyright works. D. To introduce safe harbor provisions to limit OSP's liability for copyright infringement on their service platforms caused by subscribers, provided that they meet certain prescribed conditions, including taking reasonable steps to limit or stop a copyright infringement when being notified. This would provide incentives for OSPs to cooperate with copyright owners in combating online piracy. E. To introduce 2 additional statutory factors for the court to decide when assessing whether to award additional damages to copyright owners in civil cases involving copyright infringements. Apart from the above key legislative proposals, the bill also makes technical amendments to the CO. President, amendments to the CO have been discussed for years. In the last 2 exercises to introduce amendment bills to this Council, the relevant legislative processes could not be completed. As a result, our copyright regime could not be updated in time and is lagging seriously behind international and local developments. We need to make amends. We need to safeguard IP rights and Hong Kong's business environment and fully leverage the advantage of the support for Hong Kong to develop into a regional IP trading center in the National 14th Five-Year Plan. We need to catch up with the legislative amendments and demonstrate that Hong Kong is capable, and on the basis of the new executive legislature relations, of working in a timely manner to promote our economic development and our position in trade and commerce. This legislative amendment exercise is a milestone that will show the public and the international community that after improving the electoral system, the executive and the legislature are able to resolve with speed and great efficiency issues that stand in the way of our long-term economic development and work together to promote the development of Hong Kong into a regional IP trading center. President, I so submit I earnestly ask members to support the amendments to the ECO and to complete the exercise as soon as possible. Thank you. I now propose the question to you that the aforesaid bill be read the second time. In accordance with the rules of procedure, the second reading debate is adjourned and the bill is referred to the House Committee.
This Council resumes the second reading debate on the Employment and Retirement Schemes Legislation Offsetting Arrangement Amendment Bill 2022. Honourable John Kwok-Ken, Chairman of the Bills Committee on the Bill, will first address the Council on the committee's report. Honourable John Kwok-Ken. Mr. President, on behalf of the Bills Committee on Employment and Retirement Schemes Legislation Offsetting Arrangement Amendment Bill 2022, I would like to report on our deliberation. The bill seeks to amend the Employment Ordinance and 7 other pieces of legislation and subsidiary legislation related to employment and retirement schemes so that mandatory provident fund scheme benefits attributable to employers' mandatory contributions and certain portions of occupational retirement scheme benefits and of schools' provident fund benefits may no longer be offset against severance pay or long service payments payable to employees. That is the so-called abolition of offsetting arrangement. Provide for transitional arrangements as well as make consequential and miscellaneous amendments to certain provisions. While members in general appreciate the policy objective of the bill, concern has been expressed about the wide and significant impacts of the abolition of offsetting arrangements. In particular, the impacts on employers, employees, labor relations, and the economy. Some members worry that there will be a huge increase in the wage and operating costs of business enterprises, especially sectors with higher incidence of triggering severance payments and long service payments, such as the retail as well as the catering sectors, and micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises that would have problems of cash flow problems. The rising costs may be passed on to consumers, leading to inflation and the closing down of enterprises. The administration reckons that the abolition arrangement will bring about a financial burden to the enterprises. But this will not lead to a significant increase in the operating costs, nor will it impact on inflation and affect the business environment of Hong Kong. This is because the wage bills only account for part of the enterprise's total operating expenses at a share of around 35% on average, and the offsetting sum only constitutes a very low portion of the sectoral wage bills. The overall average was around 0.5% in recent years. The administration believes that enterprises will take into account the specific circumstances of their industry and their cost structure and adopt different strategies to absorb or mitigate the rise in costs, which should be manageable. They may not pass on the increase in costs to consumers in full. The administration will put in place 2 supporting measures to facilitate the transition. First of all, the government will introduce a 25-year subsidy scheme totaling $32.2 billion at 2021 prices. The administration will provide a subsidy to employers to share the expenditure on severance payments and long service payments after abolishing the offsetting arrangement. In addition, the administration will introduce the Designated Savings Accounts DSA scheme, under which employers will be mandated to save up over time for meeting their future severance payments and or long service payments liabilities after the abolition. In the long run, the gradual accumulation of the mandatory contributions in employers' DSA will steadily enhance the capacity of employers in paying severance payments and or long service payments expenses. Members are very concerned about the timetable for implementing the abolition. For the sake of high efficiency and cost effectiveness, the DSA scheme will rely on the eMPF platform being developed by the MPF Authority, which is expected to be fully operational in 2025 at the earliest. The administration will closely monitor the development progress of the eMPF platform and in parallel make preparations for various arrangements in support of the abolition of the offsetting arrangement, such as devising the application and vetting procedures for a government subsidy scheme, developing the back-end information technology system of DSA to be connected to the eMPF platform, and launching publicity and education programs relating to the abolition arrangement. The government will ensure that the abolition will be implemented no later than 2025. The administration will move amendments to further clarify the benefits to be released to employers relating to employees whose employment period straddles across the transition date, that is the date on which the enacted ordinance comes into operation, if the employer has only paid part of the severance payments or long service payments to the employee. Members raised no objection to these proposed amendments from the administration. The Bills Committee will not propose any amendments to the bill. Mr. President, that's the deliberation of the Bills Committee. Now I'd like to talk about my personal observations. Mr. President, employees have been waiting for a long time for the abolition of the offsetting arrangement. Finally, we're having the resumption of the second reading debate. The current term government is coming to a close. For the past few years, in relation to the improvement of labor rights and interests, as well as the relevant legislative amendment work, indeed, we have seen officials being more hardworking, like the paternity leave, enhancing the penalties in relation to occupational health and safety, as well as the abolition of the offsetting arrangements. We've seen an improvement. To be fair, I think we have reaped a lot of benefits. The offsetting arrangement has been criticized by the employees because our rights have been eroded badly. Mr. Leung Chun-ying, the former CE, tried to carry out a reform. It was said that there should be a final abolition. Unfortunately, he could not have it done before the end of his term. For the incumbent CE, Mrs. Carrie Lam, in 2017, in delivering her first policy address, she promised to enhance the government's financial commitment so as to ease the burden on the enterprises. Then came March 2018, she came up with an enhanced arrangement so that there will be a 12-year two-tier subsidy scheme from the government to the enterprises. $17.2 billion would be the total financial commitment of the government. There will be the DSA, the Designated Savings Accounts scheme. And then for the calculation of the final wages, the two-third formula has been restored to replace the one-half formula. But then it wasn't accepted. And then in the second policy address, the government's financial commitment was enhanced to $29.3 billion. And then for the second-year subsidy scheme, it will be extended to 25 years. And then for employees, when compared with the current system, if the post-abolition arrangements would see them worse off, then the government would cover the gap. But then, since 2019, we have got many disasters, and so it is only today that we can see the bill being debated. So we have gone through a lot of hiccups. We are now reaching the final stage of the exercise. According to the arrangements, the MPF is our second pillar for retirement protection. Well, the system isn't good enough in Hong Kong. The offsetting arrangement has eroded our retirement protection. If you are made redundant, then you don't have much left after the offsetting arrangements. According to information from the MPFA, as of last year, employers have been using the MPF contributions to offset the benefits. $57 billion were involved, and many enterprises have closed down, and so erosion has been aggravated via the offsetting arrangement. In 2020-2021, contributions valued $12.3 billion have been used to offset the SP and LSP, an increase of 36.6% when compared with the previous figure of $9.7 billion. When employees grow old and when they retire, if they can't make their ends meet, they have to fall back on the government's safety net. Now, population is aging. I'm afraid the problem will only get worse. In other words, the entire society has to pick up a larger welfare bill. Therefore, abolition of the offsetting arrangement will improve the retirement protection of employees. It can also consolidate the mandatory provident fund as one of the 4 pillars for retirement protection. This is also in line with the long-term interests of the society. In the course of our discussion, some members of the Bills Committee were concerned about the impact on labor relations upon abolition. Will employees try to provoke the employers in firing them so as to get the benefits? And will employers find ways to evade the liabilities of paying up the SP and LSP? Well, for the LSP, it is a matter of providing a safeguard of the legitimate interests and rights of the employees, because we don't want the elderly employees being unreasonably dismissed. So we want to keep the function of the LP, LSP, and SP. Are there really many employees who would sacrifice their steady job, their job security, in order to get their LSP and SP? For you to succeed in getting your LSP, you need to have worked continuously for 5 years. And to get the maximum of $390,000, you need to have clocked up 10 to 20 years of service. And no employee can guarantee that this next job will be retained for him to qualify for LSP again. You don't get a lot of time to try that. Will there be a lot of people trying to risk their benefits and rely on their good luck? Instead of just 3 plus 3 plus 3, we have got an enhancement 5 plus 5 plus 5. And then the cap for the entitlement to the subsidy has been enhanced from $500,000 to $1 million. The government has been enhancing the schemes many times. And in fact, the subsidy scheme will be up to 25 years to the tune of $33.2 billion. So the subsidy period as well as the commitment value are much better than the 2018 initial proposal, which was 12 years and $17.2 billion, also better than the previous government's $7.9 billion package. And the government is trying its best to help the micro and small and medium enterprises, hoping that the employers can cope with the change. And then for the first $500,000 to be borne by the employers, well, there is a ratio on a yearly basis that the employers can get subsidies from the government. And in fact, for the LSP and the SP to be paid by an employer, there is a ceiling. For the first 3 years, the maximum is a mere $3,000 per employee. And then for the SP and LSP, the most will not be more than $50,000. The rest will be picked up by the government. Now, there will be the DSA, and then with the gradual accumulation of the contributions to the DSA, and it means that the capacity of employers in paying SP and LSP will increase. In other words, the package has seen growing financial commitment on the part of government and a lot of goodwill. So the total will now be $33 billion instead of a mere $7 billion. So a lot of public money will go into the scheme. Well, in the first 5 years, there will be a midterm review and there will be further enhancements. I think that in the first 3 years, we should gather the experience and then we should start the midterm review after the 3rd year. For the first 3 years, we have got the $3,000 ceiling. Employers won't incur a huge financial burden. I think the government should look at the cost of the operation, business environment, labor relations, and sport if there have been any changes as a result. And please also look at the funds accumulated in the DSA scheme and come up with a response and explanation as early as possible so as to ease any misunderstanding. Well, the society has had more than 10 years debate about the abolition. Well, we have got the wisdom from 2 terms of government. It is also the result of mutual accommodation on the part of employers and employees. It is not something that came by easily. Well, for labor relations, employers and employees cannot gain at the expense of the other. So I hope members will support the bill so that we can finally solve this long-standing problem bordering us. So thank you. I support the bill.
Mr. Dennis Leung. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Now, on the fighting for the abolition of the offsetting arrangement with for MPF and LSP and SP, this is something we have been fighting for a long time. Now, with this abolition arrangement, then this second pillar of retirement protection is safe. But with the offsetting arrangement, it's like this, piggy bank. There's a small hole on the top and a big hole at the bottom. That means the money drains away. But now with the abolition arrangement, we could ensure retirement protection. MPF is meant to give retirement protection to employees. As for LSP and SP, they are for helping employees meet their day-to-day needs when they are, say, made redundant in case of the collapse of a business. So, and LSP and SP is a form of compensation or reward to employees, so it's not the same as MPF. And the offsetting arrangement actually goes against the principle, so there's no justification at all for keeping this offsetting arrangement. If, of course, if employees know that eventually their contributions will be, taken up by LSP, then employees won't have interest in managing their MPF contributions. So far, we are seeing an increase in IMF MPF contributions offset by the LSP and SP. In 2021, the amount was $6.6 billion. It's 2 times that in 2015. Let's say for a 65-year-old, he's supposed to get a certain amount of MPF benefits. But then if, say, in his career, he is seen offset 2 or 3 times, then his retirement protection will be substantially reduced. And then employers, may not necessarily have to pay LSP and SP because certain conditions have to be met first. So that's why in the MPFA as a record, employers' contribution is as much as $60 billion, with only $6 billion has been offset. That's because the employees have not worked for 5 years or more. And also, the dismissal has been done by way of a termination of contract. Now, the FG has been fighting for the labor interest, and we've been asking for the government to make changes to such policies. We've been fighting for the abolition of offsetting arrangement for a long time. We have submitted proposals repeatedly. For example, in the 2013 policy address, when the public was consulted, we made it clear to the then chief executive that there is a need to improve the MPF system. There is a need to abolish the offsetting arrangement. By 2016, some $30 billion of MPF benefits were offset by LSP, but the government couldn't come up with any proper proposal. And then in 2017, the government claimed that it put forward a proposal, but then by 2018, there's a further increase in the amount offset. So that means more employees were affected, especially the low-income elderly employees. In 2021, I and FTU colleagues continue to put pressure on the government to abolish the offsetting arrangements as possible. We also met with the chairman of the MPFA to learn about progress. Over the years, through different channels, we've tried to impress upon the government the wish of the employees for the offsetting arrangement to be abolished. We asked the government to make good on its promise and proceed with the abolition as soon as possible. Some in the community are concerned that with the abolition arrangement, then employers may instead terminate permanent staff and go for contract staff or even gig workers. In fact, every time when there is any legislative amendment to improve labor protection, such concerns are expressed. For example, setting the statutory minimum wage, providing paternity leave, etc. There will always be a voice saying that it will add to the operating costs and there will be layoff of staff, but then it's never happened. We know that for certain job types that they could turn into self-employed jobs, but then for many other job types it's not possible. In any case, with the arrangement now, there will be government subsidy for 25 years, so it may not necessarily lead to loss of jobs. But rather, with the arrangement, it will help employers to retain employees who are competent so they will stay and continue to serve the company. Now, we can't avoid events enhancement just because there is such concern, because at the end we're talking about the general working population. The legislation is here to improve the livelihood of employees. Now, right now with retirement there is no protection. With an aging population, if we keep the offsetting arrangement, that means that there will be even less provision for the retired. So we must not now we have this bill, but we have to wait till 2025 before the abolition comes into effect, and employees will only benefit from 2026, so we need to move quickly. And the government has also given an undertaking for 25 years. There is a subsidy scheme worth over $80 billion. Now, why did it take 25 years for this subsidy scheme? You could do some math on your own. For LSP and SP, there is a cap on the monthly wage, $2,500, and only 2/3 of that counts for the calculation. So if you take the maximum LSP of $390,000 and divide that by $15,000, then that means it's 26 years at most. So that means the government is trying to help employers to deal with the additional LSP and SP expenses for the next 25 years. So I hope the business sector will seize upon this opportunity, and they will help make possible the abolition arrangement, so the employees in Hong Kong can benefit. Now we are moving into an aging society. After people retire, how do they get enough protection? This is an urgent and pressing issue that we have to resolve. Abolition of the offsetting arrangement is one of the essential measures to improve retirement protection. Now, with the abolition arrangement, there'll be more in the MPF accounts of the retired, and then they could enjoy their retirement. This is what the country and Hong Kong people would like to see. Thank you. Mr. Stanley Ng. Madam Deputy, now we've been fighting for this for over 20 years. Now today we have this bill to abolish the MPF offsetting arrangement, so we are now in the last mile of our fight. I hope members will consider the interests of the general working people in terms of their retirement protection and support this bill. In particular, I would like to appeal to members representing the business sector that we should help each other. We should seize upon this opportunity with government funding injection, so you will support this bill. Now, the labor sector, the various unions have been working together for over 2 decades to fight for this abolition. Of course, we need employers with conscience who take part in this exercise. In the 1990s, the FGU has proposed the Comprehensive Retirement Protection Scheme. We have asked for a universal retirement protection scheme. That is, the government, the employees and employees will all make contributions, and everyone will be able to benefit from such a scheme. Unfortunately, at the end, the government only introduced the mandatory profit fund schemes. At the time, the government wanted to shirk its responsibility, so it made a compromise and allowed employers to offset an SP and SP payment with their MPF contribution. So that has seriously eroded the intended functions of the MPF scheme. At the time, the member of the FGU, Ms. Chen Yinhan, wanted to move amendment to abolish this offsetting arrangement. Unfortunately, with the rules of procedure then, she was unable to move this amendment, so at the end there was this flawed system and it could not be rectified. Actually, this is a flaw that goes against natural justice, and this has gone on for actually over 2 decades. From 2001 to 2021, MPF benefits that were offset amounted to $56.7 billion. And I believe that amount now exceeds some $60 billion. And then in those 20 years, we have seen an increase of 634,000 persons aged 65 or above. In other words, on average, each one has seen $90,000 of the MPF benefits offset, forgone under the offsetting arrangement. Now, the whole purpose of the MPF is to help people save up for retirement. But then there's this huge hole in the piggy bank, so there's a serious flaw in the system. It has serious impact on workers, especially those who earn less than the minimum contribution amount of MPF. Now they have to rely heavily on the employer's contributions, and if that contributions are offset that means they will also lose out in their retirement protection. Now, the government has had many service contracts, and when the contract ended, and there is this offsetting arrangements as well. So for contract workers, they lose and they're entitled to retirement protection. After retirement, they have to rely on CSSA to survive. That would actually lead to the financial burden. Add to the financial burden of the government, as only employers would benefit from this arrangement. So this is not fair. It is also against the principle of the MPF in providing retirement protection to people. It's supposed to be a pillar of retirement protection. Now, during the colonial days, when there was this law on MPF, the offsetting arrangement was allowed. It was meant to encourage employers to make more voluntary contributions. But at the time, there were voluntary schemes. Eventually, we have the mandatory provident fund scheme. And if that's the case, how should we? Because the offsetting arrangement was just allowed in voluntary retirement schemes, but then when we had the mandatory scheme, we shouldn't keep this arrangement because it's not fair and reasonable. And the arrangement was in favor of employers. The government just trying to pass the buck to employers and employees. At the end, there was this compromised arrangement, and then the government had no will to defend the interests of workers. Now, for accrued benefits, some 93 to 94% of the accrued benefits were foregone due to the offsetting arrangement. Many employees ended up with just the 5% of benefits that were actually their own contributions. So at the end, the community that has to pick up the tab in taking care of these people. So that's why we need to abolish the offsetting arrangement as soon as possible. We need to strengthen the function of MPF as the second pillar of retirement protection. Then all parties will win. So I support the second reading and the third reading of the bill. The labour sector would like to see the early abolition of the offsetting arrangement, but then we have reservations over certain aspects. First, about the timetable of abolishing the offsetting arrangement is somehow linked to the EMPF platform, and we don't see why that's the case, and we don't accept that should be the case. The government could never give us a convincing reason why we have to wait for the reform to the EMPF platform, because MPF trustees already keep clear and full records. Why must we have to wait till these records are digitized before we could abolish the offsetting arrangement? Now, it's an administrative issue. The government should not delay the provision of retirement benefits to employees for that reason. So the government should proceed with the abolition as soon as possible and protect the interests of the working population. Now, Hong Kong attaches great importance to the business sector. There have always been exploitation in a systematic manner. And it is particularly obvious there is exploitation of workers. The MPF offsetting arrangement is an example of that. Now, initially, because the government made a compromise to the business sector, so we've seen this problem for over 2 decades, and many elderly could not enjoy their retirement. It has also led to increasing costs in welfare payment to the elderly. I hope with this abolition, we're able to remove this systematic, this exploitation in the institution, and then we will have a more just society, and then we could all build society together, and then share in the success of our society. Thank you.
Mr. Chow Siu Chung. Madam Deputy, abolition of the offsetting arrangement has been our dream for many, many years. We are in the last mile. I'm really moved and I'm grateful. I will urge members support the passage of the bill. abolition of the offsetting arrangement would of course be very controversial. But then the labor sector has been asking for the abolition of the offsetting arrangement, not because we want to go back on our words. Well, the MPF scheme has been with us for 20 years. As a result of the offsetting requirement, over $6 billion have been eroded a year, totaling $57 billion, eroding the protection function of the MPF. When we spot a loophole, we need to have the will and determination and build social consensus to remove the problem. I can appreciate the business sector's worries, but I hope employers could understand that the abolition arrangement is the result of years of discussion between employers and employees. It is not easy, and the government has tried its best to strike a balance among the different interests. I think the community is looking forward to the early passage of the bill. Before we discuss the abolition arrangement, we have to look at the intention of having the long service payment as well as the severance payment. The purpose is to make sure that for an employee having worked for a number of years will have some safeguard so as to tie over the difficult time of losing a job. And then for MPF, I think the purpose is to provide for retirement protection. With the offsetting arrangement, now the MPF contributions have been used to offset the SP or the LSP. It is just logical. So from day one, the offsetting arrangement has gone against the policy intention of the MPF. Recently, there has been this idea. The economy is in a downturn as a result of the pandemic. This is not the right time to abolish the offsetting arrangement. You don't need to worry, even if we can pass the bill according to the government's plan, we have to wait till 2025 before it is implemented. So there are 3 more years to go before the offsetting is to be abolished. So the current economic climate doesn't count. We should look at our economic prospect. It is quite favorable, so we don't need to be over pessimistic. And then with the 14th five-year plan, as well as the other national policies like the development of the Greater Bay Area, I think our economy will improve. And then bosses and enterprises would be able to cope with the increase in the operating costs with the wage bill as a result of the abolition of the offsetting arrangement. Well, some would be concerned about the financial burden. Yes, undeniably, the wage costs will be increased slightly. But then we agree with the grandfathering arrangement. That is, for the employer contributions before the transition date can still be used to offset the LSP and the SP. I think to the largest extent, this is protecting the interests of the employers. In other words, it is controllable, it is manageable, and there is a degree of certainty. This is the greatest concession and compromise that we can give. And then for 25 years, the government is going to provide a subsidy to the employers. I'm also asked to set up a designated account so that the government is using 25 years to ease the financial burden of the employers who can then adapt to the change. In fact, in Australia, the mandatory contribution is 10% of the employee's income. Later on, it will be increased to 12%. For Singapore, the maximum that an employer has to contribute is 20%. That's being the maximum rate. On the mainland, in Shenzhen, an employer has to contribute at least 15% of the employee's income, not to mention housing, medical care, as well as insurance premium. So their employers have to contribute much more than the case of Hong Kong. Members are also worried that employees may want to provoke dismissal in order to get the LSP or the SP. I don't think the argument stands. The current legislation provides adequate protection to employers. If an employee deliberately causes a dismissal, he may not necessarily get the LSP or the SP, and recommendation letters would not be available. Nowadays, employees know that you need to have a promising, a favorable CV before you can fight again in the labor market. The majority of the employees would like to have a harmonious labor relation. For those who would like to deliberately get dismissed, I think there are only isolated cases. And on the other hand, unscrupulous employers may try to fire an employee when an employee is approaching 2 years service. They are the minority, not the mainstream, but I just want to highlight this point. In the past, before the MPF was introduced, LSP and SP was already there. But even in those days, we didn't see a lot of cases of deliberate dismissal or unreasonable dismissal. We have the grandfathering arrangement, and government is providing a subsidy which will be decreased year by year. Advancing the dismissal of an employee won't bring about any benefit. On the other hand, since we have got a ceiling of $390,000 for the LSP SP, so by firing an incumbent and getting a new employee, the employer may not stand to gain. Therefore, there aren't any incentives for an employer to make an employee redundant prematurely. There won't be waves of dismissal. Madam Deputy, the MPF is part of our retirement protection pillars. I think there are certain inherent flaws. Employers and employees each contribute 5% of the income. The total amount may not be adequate. What is even worse is that many grassroots employees can't afford to save anything from their income. They can only fall back on their MPF contributions. But then for the catering, retail, cleansing, and security services sectors, usually employees are asked to sign a new contract once every few years, so you lose out. And then the investment under the MPF schemes is not always profitable. So I hope that this is but the first step. In the future, the government should take up more responsibilities. We should have a comprehensive retirement protection system so that we can have happy retirement and we don't have to worry about anything. I hope you can appreciate our difficulties. Please respect the consensus reached by the employers and employees. Please support the bill so as to answer the needs of the employees. Thank you. Mr. Kingsley Wong. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Abolishing the MPF offsetting arrangement has been in the public debate for 20 years. The government spent 10 years on this matter, like public consultation, consulting the views of the stakeholders, etc. We are in the last mile. We are really blessed because we see results coming out from this concerted efforts. The government must take an active role. The government must work hard to strike a balance before we can reach this decision and solution. The SL government has adopted the views of the business, that is their financial burden. I'm grateful to the Financial Secretary for honoring his pledge to complete the legislative work to abolish the offsetting arrangements. I would like to earnestly appeal to members to support the passage of the bill so that for the hard-working employees who have been contributing to the success of Hong Kong will have decent retirement. According to information from the MPFA, for 20 years, for the contributions used to offset LSP and SP, the total amount was over $50 billion. And in fact, take a worker working for 30 years at the age of 65 upon retirement, instead of getting $570,000 by way of MPF contributions. According to the existing arrangement, $270,000 will be offset. In other words, he will only get a mere $300,000. $300,000 after 30 years work. What does that mean? Well, you reach the age of 82 as a man and 88 as a female in Hong Kong. And then, in other words, such a worker would only get $4,390 a month for a man and $4,006 for a female. So what kind of a living can you lead if you have that small amount of money? Now for the poor, the monthly income level is $4,400, but not abolishing the offsetting arrangement. If you can only live on that meager amount of money, then you are worse off than someone on CSSA. Now, we want to have better retirement protection for our working force. We need to seek endless enhancements. I understand that there have been the announcement of 10 projects to improve the livelihood of the people. It is said that 200,000 people earning less than 7,500 people will benefit from the proposal that low-income earners don't have to contribute on their own. I understand that we have already got huge foreign reserves, and on average, it is a huge sum for each citizen. 74.9% of our interviewees are not happy with the investment returns of the MPF. 72% of them think that they are losing out to inflation, and then 21% thought that the administrative fees are eroding their benefits. We looked at 38 schemes as well as the conservative funds under the schemes. We have $190 billion covered, accounting for 19%. Well, in fact, the investment return is only 0.34 to 0.327%. In other words, 32 out of 38 are worse than the inflation rate, accounting for 84.2%. But then for our neighboring city, Singapore, they have got a central provident fund operated by the government, and a return is guaranteed. For us in the MPF system, their system is such that their return is 3.93%, higher than the inflation rate of 1.52%, so a net increase of 2.4%. So that's better than what we want to have, inflation rate plus 1%. So it is indeed a case of capital reservation. I look forward to members' support of the passage of the bill. I also look forward to the new term of government to carry on with the good work and enhance the improvement measures. And please also honor the pledge of making the contributions on behalf of the grassroots workers, so that all of the workers will have dignity in our retirement. Thank you.
主席，
Deputy President, the abolishing of offsetting has been discussed in the society for a long time. When the CE announced the policy address, she had stated that she wanted to reduce the ratio of offsetting, and in the last policy address, she had directly suggested that offsetting be abolished in phase by 2018. The current CE and the policy address had suggested abolishing offsetting, and also put forward some suggestions. So when you look at the history, it has dragged on for more than 10 years. So starting from 2017, there has been suggestion of abolishing of offsetting in phases, and it had been ongoing till 2018. And the proposal had been refined, and ultimately there was a consensus with the consultative committee. So the amount was from 29.3 billion. It was increased to 30 billion plus. So that indicates that this term of government is determined to resolve the issue, and you can say that this was a hard-fought battle. But I need to point out that abolishing the offsetting will impact much larger, will impact the employers much larger. It is complex, bureaucratic, and legal compliance is very high. The cost of legal compliance is very high, especially for SMEs. They do not have hundreds of staff to handle these matters. And so how can you expect the proprietors of SMEs to budget for this? So not everybody is like our secretary with an IQ of 160. So I hope that the Labor Welfare Bureau, when they implement measures, they need to take a more human approach. I understand that abolishing offsetting is controversial, but it has to be undertaken. It has to be undertaken for two reasons. First, we want to enhance retirement protection. A lot of workers have seen a reduction in retirement protection, and that is not reflected in MPF reports. It is not, because every cent, every penny is being deducted from MPF accounts. When you abolish offsetting, this is affecting an important pillar of retirement protection. We want our working public to enjoy a comfortable retirement years. Hong Kong is different from other jurisdictions. We don't have a lot of safeguards. We only have severance pay. Professor Lau Zhenyi had pointed out many years ago, there is some functional overlapping. During COVID pandemic, we see the shortcomings exposed. Now Hong Kong needs to attract talent. We want sustained economic development. We cannot rely on old capitalist ideas and rely on the market to determine everything. We need to create a fair society. We need to safeguard the livelihood of the grassroots. And President Xi has also called for common prosperity and also a more equitable distribution of resources. So at the same time, we need to address enterprises' concerns, their impact after abolishing offsetting. Currently, SMEs are suffering from a double whammy of the COVID pandemic and the economic downturn. Now we have to wait till 2025 for the policy to be enacted. So after today's bill, when it is enacted, the government needs to assist SMEs and help SMEs attract talent and maintain talent. President, after 2 terms of government, and we are now at the stage where we are one step away from enacting the legislation. We can turn around retirement protection, where their retirement protection has been eroded over the years, even though it is not an ideal solution, but it's acceptable. Therefore, I support 2022 employment ordinance, employment and retirement schemes offsetting arrangement. Mr. Tan Siu Hong, Mr. Sunny Tan. Now, because of bills committee quota. I wasn't able to draw lots to join the bills committee. But retirement protection has always been a matter close to my heart. So whenever the bills committee was convened, I paid close attention. Now I communicate with different stakeholders. I understand their thinking. First of all, I'm very happy to see that after the tripartite discussions, we now have the abolishing of offsetting, and we're now at the second reading stage. So we have the three parties, that is the labor, the employers, and the government. We have to commend their efforts. Now, all along, there has been debate and controversy. Now, I believe both sides have their valid points. That we need to listen to both parties and strike a balance. Now, ultimately, in order to safeguard retirement protection, I decided to support this bill reluctantly. Now, why do I say reluctantly? I'll explain later. Now, I support the bill for the following reasons. First, I believe that the bill proposes to abolish MPF offsetting is close to the original intention. Now, we understand that the MPF is to help provide savings, but the offsetting arrangement, when the employer has to pay severance pay or long service payments, that can be offset by MPF contributions, the accrued benefits from MPF contributions. Now that will undermine MPF intention. It detracts from the retirement protection. So workers will have less than sufficient savings to spend in retirement years. So if we want to receive the desired outcome, if we want workers to have sufficient retirement protection, we need to take a hard look at the arrangement. Now, the arrangement can make the MPF more reasonable and acceptable, because severance pay is dismissal payment. Long service payment is a acknowledgement or appreciation for long-term service. So mixing these together is not appropriate. Severance pay and long service payment being offset by MPF is not reasonable. Additionally, I support the bill. It is not because of populism. The bill safeguards workers' rights and also enhances Hong Kong's retirement protection. As said before, the intention of MPF is to safeguard workers' basic living after retirement. So with the offsetting arrangement, that has eroded a lot of savings. According to the MPF authority, since the end of last year, the employers' offsetting has exceeded 57 billion. Now, such a large amount of savings have been eroded. Now, what kind of impact will it have on workers? You can just imagine. So when workers cannot accumulate sufficient savings there's only one result. That is, the government or whole society has to bear the burden. For example, old age allowance, CSSA. This will not only impact Hong Kong's retirement protection, it will also give rise to the poor elderly. It will lead to a poverty gap. And I think Hong Kong people don't want to see these outcomes. Now, based on that, I have decided to support the abolishing of offsetting, and we want better retirement protection. Deputy President, we are fine-tuning the system, enhancing retirement protection. It should receive our full support. Now, why do I say I support it reluctantly? It is because I think the bill has a lot of deficiencies. And the government has also overlooked business concerns, and they also did not implement sufficient measures to alleviate concerns. So it gives people the impression that it is only enacted because of the bare minimum of votes. Now, this is not the opportune moment. In fact, you can say it's the worst moment to enact the bill. Have you noticed that in the last 3 years we had social unrest affecting our economy, and even though the fifth wave is waning, But we cannot be complacent. We are still affected by lockdown and social distancing. We are also a long time away before the borders can be reopened. So legislating the abolishing of offsetting has added to uncertainty. It is affecting business confidence. It does not help to stimulate the economy, and according to the bill, enterprises have to contribute an extra 1% in a designated account. So the designated account will be used to offset the extra burden. Now, the government subsidy, starting from the 10th year of enactment, this amount will decrease. So the businesses have done some spreadsheet analysis, and when they pay the severance pay, the designated account is not enough to pay that amount. So businesses are worried that a lot of SMEs cannot afford to pay severance pay and long severance pay, and that might even lead them to bankruptcy. So in the long run, this will add to the cost of business, and it's not conducive to Hong Kong business competitiveness. So even though there's a change in policy, the government will establish a framework of 25 years and set aside funds of 33 billion. But the Bills Committee have received 230 opinions, public opinions. 90% have reservations about abolishing the offsetting arrangement. So that indicates that the government policy cannot address concerns and worries. So I sincerely hope that you should not feel that the problem is solved. In fact, you need to look ahead and address concerns. You need to control risks and ensure that when offsetting is abolished, there will not be negative impact to enterprises. I want the government to review the arrangement. They also need to review the funding that is set aside. And after implementation of abolishing offsetting, the government needs to look at SMEs and the impact that it has on them. There should be measures to help them transition. We should not allow the offsetting to be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. We also need to look at the impact on labor relations. According to the Bills Committee, employees who've worked for 5 years, if they quit their jobs voluntarily, they will not receive a payment. But if they are dismissed, they will receive a severance payment. So will we see workers provoking dismissal in order to receive a severance pay? So how do we avoid these types of disputes? The Bills Committee did not address that. So ultimately, even if the bill is enacted, the government needs to iron out the details to avoid all future disputes that would affect labor relations. Chairman, President, fine-tuning the policy, fine-tuning the legislation, this is something that we look forward to. But when we safeguard, when we implement retirement protection, we cannot do so recklessly. We cannot add to the burden of enterprises, because ultimately we might be doing harm with all the best intentions. And that would conclude my speech. Thank you, President.
Ms. Connie Lam. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Well, the abolition of the offsetting arrangement has been discussed for years. It's been a tough issue. Now, it's actually eroded into the retirement protection on the part of employees, but then on employers. This abolition arrangement goes against the promise the government gave to the business sector at the time. So there's been much, debate, and there have been many arguments, and now to help to address the concerns of employees, the government has come up with this funding of $33.2 billion for 25 years to offer subsidies. So that shows the government's commitment and determination to proceed with the abolition. And now this proposal has become consensus among the community. That's why I would support the bill. First, we have to consider the functions of the MPF. Before 2000, only 1/3 of employees in Hong Kong enjoyed retirement protection. The MPF was set up to give retirement protection to those in employment, is to help them save for their retirement. And then now some 2.6 million employees have MPF accounts, and MPF accounts MPF payments become an important retirement pillar. But then this offsetting arrangement has been eroding this retirement protection pillar. So it goes against the intended function of the MPF. Now, between 2001 to 2021, some $58 billion dollars of MPF benefits were offset. And with the COVID-19 pandemic, many companies closed down or they made staff redundant. Last year, $6.6 billion of MPF benefits were offset. It's a new high. Now, of course, no one would want to see business closed down or staff being made redundant. But then often when staff lose their job, they also suffer from the offsetting arrangement. Now, for this arrangement is the worst for those in the low-income group. For example, the retail wholesale sector, there were some 9,400 cases of offset payment, and then catering sector, another 11% of the total number of cases of closure, because now for these employees, they not making much, they don't get much MPF benefits, and then with the offsetting arrangement, some may end up with no MPF benefits at all. And so they are not able to enjoy retirement protection, and then they may have to turn to CSSA or other welfare payments. I don't think that's not what we want to see here. The MPF system, when it was first introduced, employees did not have the option of choosing trustees. And then with the offsetting arrangement, each employee has two accounts. One is contributions not used for offsetting. The other account is for contributions for offsetting. So that's an additional layer of management. That's why administration fees are high. It could not be reduced. And then after some pressure, there's this portable MPF scheme, and administration fees started to come down. In recent years, we've been asking for full portability of MPF, and so the offsetting arrangement is the last obstacle standing in the way of that. After we abolish the offsetting arrangement, then we could expect administration fees to go down further for MPF schemes. But of course, with the COVID pandemic, our economy has been weak, and there are different businesses that have to close down, and so abolishing the offsetting arrangement would add to the worries of the business sector. Of course, this abolition arrangement goes against the promise first made by the government, and there will be negative impact on the business prospects. But of course, this has been dragging for too long, so it does nobody any good if we keep dragging our feet. So with this government proposal, businesses will be able to work out how much they need. I think it's actually a form of assurance to them. And after the bill is passed, it won't come into effect. It will have to wait till 2025 when the eMPF platform and the designated savings account arrangements are in place. So there will be ample of time for employers to get ready. We're now in the last mile of this abolition of offsetting arrangement, and then there are still some areas that are not clear, and I want the administration to pay attention to that. First of all, the administration has given a promise that if employees will become worse off after the transition, the government will pay for the difference to employees. So the government needs to give more details on that. Secondly, there will be separate pieces of legislation for the offsetting arrangement and the DSA arrangement, and we have to wait probably till the early part of the next government before there will be discussion on DSA. So there means that nothing is set in concrete. Now, how would the government help employers to make use of the eMPF platform and the DSA arrangement during a transition period? The government hasn't given any details yet, so it needs to work on that quickly. Third point. Many have expressed concern about the possible impact of the abolition of arrangement. For example, employers may first sack employees or force them into false self-employment. So the government needs to monitor such a situation closely and makes arrangement changes as necessary. Fourthly, and then the government should also proceed with allowing total portability of MPFs after the abolition arrangements in place. And then finally, now the government that is going to help employers during the transition period, but then there may still be uncertainties, and then some of the changes may not be complied with easily, so the government needs to pay attention to that. Now, of course, it's a matter of time that we will abolish the offsetting arrangement, because we've discussed it for a long time. I believe we have now reached a consensus in the best way possible. I and other colleagues support this bill. So we hope members will support this bill so we could bring an end to this long discussion. Thank you. Mr. Lam Chen Sing. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Two terms of government. For over 10 years, we've discussed the abolition of the MPF offsetting arrangement. Now we are in the last mile of this exercise. This has been a tough process. But after the enactment of the bill, hundreds of thousands of employees will benefit from this arrangement, and it's an important milestone in improving retirement protection. The MPF has been in place for over 2 decades, and some $50 billion of contributions have been offset. Now, the World Bank has proposed 5 pillars of retirement protection. MPF is one of that. And the offsetting arrangement has actually turned this pillar, has cut short this pillar. Now, with it goes against. Originally, the intention with this offsetting arrangement, or rather, with the ALSP and SP arrangement, is meant to give a short-term relief to employees who are made jobless. And the intention is not the same as that for MPF, so there shouldn't have been any offsetting arrangement in the first place, because the nature of the two schemes are very different. And in the last term of the government, the proposal was to lower the percentage of calculating LSP and SP to 1/2 of the monthly wage. Employees, of course, will not accept foregoing their benefits so that they could get to the abolition of the offsetting arrangement. This time, the government is taking on board the views of the labour sector. So for the LSP and SP calculation, is now kept at 2/3 of the monthly wages of employees. This proposal may not be the best, but still is a result of discussion. There is no retrospective effect on the abolition arrangement. So for the older employees or those approaching retirement, they probably are not going to benefit much from the new arrangement. As for employers, in particular SMEs, they've suffered from the pandemic. Business has been tough for them. I understand for business sectors, in particular, SME employers have expressed grave concerns. So the government has been improving the subsidy scheme over the years to help SMEs. First, in 2017, the initial thinking of the government subsidy scheme is $7.9 billion. And then it's been increased to $17.2 billion since the announcement of the first proposal. And then in 2018, the amount went up to $29.3 billion. And last year, in the policy address, the subsidy amount went further up to $33.2 billion. And the subsidy period has been lengthened from 12 to 25 years. In the initial years, for each employee there will be a cap on the commitment of employers. So we can see the government is trying to help SMEs. So I hope the government will explain the arrangement to SMEs more, so they would dispel their concerns. Now, this arrangement of reducing the subsidy over a number of years may be complicated, but it will help to reduce a massive redundancy, probably, or a massive dismissal. And also, the government is proposing a designated savings account system. The idea is to be used together with the eMPF platform. But then the eMPF platform will only be fully operational earliest by 2025. Only then we could implement the abolition arrangement. I must urge the government to make sure that the eMPF platform will be launched as scheduled, because otherwise it will delay the implementation of the abolition arrangement. Now, for a handful of employees, maybe their total aggregate benefits, including LSP, SP, and the accrued benefits in the MPF account, may be less than what they'll get under the current offsetting arrangement. So they will be worse off with the new abolition arrangement. The bill does not give any details on that. I hope the government will make good its promise, and that it will make an administrative arrangement to pay the difference to these employees. Now, this amendment bill is hard-earned. The labor sector has been fighting for a long time for that. The business sector is now been willing to discuss it, and now there's enhancement to the relevant proposal. So I must thank the government for its commitment. Now, Mrs. Lam has said that the government is wading in deep water with this bill. The government and the different sectors have had good discussion, communication. That's why we're able to resolve this matter. I hope this will serve as a good example. So in future, the government and different sectors of the community will continue to keep in communication to address the various deep-seated problems in Hong Kong. So I support the bill. Thank you.
Ms. Maggie Chen. Madam Deputy, abolition of the offsetting arrangements has been in discussion for over 10 years. It shows that the consensus is hard-earned. But then for the current term government, at the peak of the pandemic this year, the administration introduced the bill. At that time, everybody was busy fighting the pandemic. No one could spare time to discuss the bill. The administration may not understand the impact on the SMEs at the peak of the pandemic. And when the pandemic has eased, the administration has again failed to explain the bill to the enterprises. Time and again, the administration would only promise publicity after passage of the bill. I think the explanation has been inadequate, jeopardizing the outcome of the negotiation. I support the bill, but I am really dissatisfied with the approach of the administration in explaining the bill to the community. The government is burying its head in the sand, thinking that by shutting itself behind closed doors, there is no problem at all. In fact, the business environment is indeed in dire straits as a result of the pandemic. There are difficulties, there are uncertainties. This is especially hard on the micro and SMEs. Many of them are on the brink of closure. For labor relations, it takes two to tango. Employers and employees, they have to cooperate before a business can succeed. I agree that we need to protect the interests of the employees. When employees retire or leave a job, they should be given some sort of protection. At the same time, the administration should provide a facilitating and sustainable business environment for the employers. And then we can have the tripartite cooperation to jointly fight for the revival of our economy, and then we can share the fruits of our hard work. Let me say once again, I'm in full support of the bill, but then I am really unhappy about the ostrich policy adopted by the administration. The explanation of the policy and the bill has been grossly inadequate, but then the bill has got far-reaching implications on employers and employees and stakeholders. I've been told that they don't like the approach adopted by the administration. Certain people would like to find out more from the administration about the details, but the administration has failed to come back with a positive reply. Like upon passage of the bill, you need to set up a designated savings account. You need to save up to 1% of the monthly income of your employees in preparation of the new arrangements. Doesn't mean that starting from today, you need to save another 1% of the employees' monthly income on top of your mandatory contributions. If not today, then when? Have you ever considered the following? That is, employers need time to prepare for the increase in the operation costs. Whenever we try to get some information from the officials, it takes time and repeated efforts before you can get anything. I asked if there would be any large-scale publicity campaigns so that we can remove the uncertainties from the business environment. But then the answers didn't come forth instantly. We are puzzled by the answers. SMEs are really worried. They are at a loss as to what will happen. They may want to support the bill, but they don't know what to do in preparation. I think the administration should come up with some mobile applications, software programs, calculation formula, etc. for the sake of employers and employees. You need to have customer service, inquiry service, you need to have hotline telephone numbers so the employers and employees can turn to such to answer their queries. And there should be online and offline briefing sessions. Well, when I read the report of the Bills Committee, it is said that upon passage of the bill, then would the administration start to have publicity campaigns so that employers and employees can understand the changes to the legislation. Indirectly, the administration is admitting that the current publicity is grossly inadequate. I just want to say that the current time government would only want to get the bill passed. They don't care whether stakeholders understand the bill. They don't care whether there are challenges or difficulties in the actual implementation. So they are not having a people-oriented approach. They don't set their eyes on having a tripartite win-win-win situation. Maybe they would like to leave everything to the new term of government, that is, explanation and briefing. Finally, I support the bill, but then for the approach adopted by the current term government in launching policies, I'm most unhappy. It seems that they have a closed-looped approach. They have no empathy. They don't have an open mind. They don't explain the stakeholders. There is a dire need to see improvements. Thank you. Ms. Jovi Chen. Sorry, speaker is off mic. Ms. Chen, please clip on your mic. We'll ask the technicians to tune the input. Can you hear me? Let me start once again. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Madam Deputy, let me share a story with you. It is a real-life story. At my workplace, I talked to a cleaning worker aged more than 65. The cleaner had suffered hand and feet injuries, but then the cleaner still had to continue to work despite the poor health conditions, and yet the worker was still engaged in manual work. And then the worker said that it's all because of poverty, not because of lack of hard efforts. The worker had been hardworking, whether at the age of youth or nowadays, but then the worker didn't have much money left for savings. I asked about the size of the MPF account. The old man said that he was made redundant 3 times, so his MPF savings were offset 3 times. So the MPF account was left with tens of thousands of dollars only. So that won't be an amount that can see you through your retirement. It is a story of tragedy. It is not uncommon. For the World Bank, it is said that we need to have 5 pillars for our retirement. First of all, for the poor, you need to have a social security network. And then there should be a public assistance. There should be occupational retirement schemes, savings, and also informal support like family support. In Hong Kong, we haven't got a sound system, and we don't actually have a very clear first pillar. And the second and the third pillars are not really that solid. For the grassroots, they can't really afford to save anything for their retirement. 1/4 of our population, that is more than 1.6 million of us, are poor, so they find it difficult to take care of their households. So it will be difficult to spare anything for their elderly household members. In other words, you can't count on the 3rd pillar or the 4th pillar. That is, you don't have enough personal savings, you can't count on your family members. In other words, we have to rely heavily on the 2nd pillar. In other words, the mandatory provident fund. However, it has failed. This is all because the contributions have been eroded by the offsetting arrangements. When a staff member is made redundant, then the MPF contributions can be used to offset the SP or LSP. Like in the case of the story I told you, this old man has seen his contributions eroded a few times. In fact, as much as $5.4 billion have been offset the year before, and this is the unprecedented figure. In other words, at the time of retirement, the employees have lost $5 billion. The severance pay is, in fact, a way to help ease the financial burden of employees who are forced to leave a job. The offsetting arrangement has eroded our protection mechanism. It has always been met with objection. Even at the early stage of scrutinizing the MPF bill, the FTU has been voicing our objection. For 2 decades, we have been fighting for its removal. Eventually, we are getting it within the current term government. The government will also be providing for a subsidy. Now, we are seeing the resumption of the 2nd reading debate. We are overcoming lots of difficulties and hurdles. If we get it passed, it means that this is the achievement of the employees. We don't just fight for the interests of our employees. We don't want our elderly people to become the poor upon retirement. In fact, the national policy also attaches a lot of importance to eradication of poverty. Keeping the offsetting arrangement would only continue with the jeopardizing of the interests of the employees. We must not forget our intention of running for this office. We need to fight for the well-being of our people. So I spoke in support of the bill.
We've had a discussion on abolishing of offsetting for many years. Now, I agree we need to safeguard workers' rights and also strengthen retirement protection. But we also need to consider the affordability, especially given the economic environment. By SMEs are worried about the abolishing of offsetting, and I had written to the government to consider the enterprise concerns. Now, enterprise say that they have been affected by social unrest. The food and the food and beverage industry have been hit particularly hard. The economic future is full of uncertainty. A lot of them are on the edge of bankruptcy. So the abolishing of offsetting will increase the cost of business, and micro SME burden will only increase. So some operators might choose to end their business. That might lead to massive layoffs. So after abolishing offsetting, there has to be a designated account where 1% of worker salary contribution is set aside. But that contribution is insufficient to meet severance pay and long service pay. The business owners need to set aside a large sum of money. So SAR government, in the first 9 years of abolishment of offsetting, they will subsidize that, but this subsidy will decrease after 9 years, and after the end of 15 years, the subsidy will end as well. So the initial funding is 33 billion. Now, if you discount inflation, the accumulated fund might amount to hundreds of billions. So if you cannot use offsetting, that means the business owners, will have to deploy hundreds of billions to pay severance pay and long-term payment, long service pay. So for micro and SMEs, they cannot burden severance pay and long-term service pay. So a lot of business owners hope that the SAR government can consider thoroughly and increase the subsidy, because we don't want to see massive layoffs arising out of bankruptcies. So choosing the opportune moment is also a concern. The legislation will only take effect by 2025, but given the operating environment and other uncertainties, the businesses hope that the government can postpone the legislation enactment and allow SMEs to recover and restore business confidence. Now, I understand that abolishing offsetting is to protect is to safeguard retirement protection, but enterprises might want to reduce their burden, and they might dismiss some of the workers before the enactment of the law. So that might lead to massive layoffs. So senior staff will be the first to be affected. Now, workers who might want to retire early might provoke dismissal in order to receive severance payment and long-term service payment. This will not only hurt productivity, it might also lead to unnecessary labor disputes. In the long run, these measures will hamper labor relations. In the future, business owners might hire more freelance workers or require workers to be self-employed in order to reduce their severance pay and long-term service pay expenditure. The business environment will also become harsher because of increased costs, and these costs will have to be transferred to consumers. That will affect our overall economy, and it's not good news to the general public. So in principle, I do agree that workers' rights should be protected, but we also have to consider business interests and our overall economy. We need to seek a balance in labor relations, but we cannot have it slanted to one side. I hope the SAR government will take into account the economic conditions and enhance subsidy to micro SMEs. A lot of SME owners are not too clear on the calculations of offsetting mechanism. So even with the enactment of the bill, the government needs more publicity and education regarding the arrangements. Thank you, President. An Man Yu. So After 10 plus years of discussion, the SARG has finally put forward a proposal. The intention was to instill the habit of savings for retirement, but over the last 10 plus years, there has been large changes in the business environment. So abolishing offsetting is in light of current conditions, and therefore we support it now. When MPF was implemented in 2000, the MPF has accrued more than 1,000 billion Hong Kong dollars in assets. These are workers' efforts for that will be used in retirement. Now, a lot of people have criticized MPF. They say there's high management fees, there's no guaranteed return, it's not sufficient for retirement. But one reason why it's not working is because of the offsetting mechanism. When owners dismiss staff, they can deploy accrued benefits to offset the severance payment and long service payments. As a matter of fact, severance pay and LSP intention was to provide unemployment benefits. So when senior staff are dismissed, when it's difficult to dismiss senior staff, this will lead to more job stability. So when a worker retires, there should be sufficient savings to meet their daily needs. So the money used in offsetting in the long run will hurt workers' rights. Especially during the pandemic, Hong Kong's economy we've seen a deep freeze in the economy. Some 6 billion has been offset. So a lot. This is not a small amount. A lot of grassroots workers are still unsure what offsetting is and how it's calculated. When they are dismissed, they expect long service pay or severance pay. They would think that they were protected, but they are not. We're not aware that their retirement protection has been eroded. Now we need to note that the offsetting mechanism there was discussion starting in 2012. Now 10 years later, today, the SARG has finally has put something on the table for discussion, but we have to wait till 2025 for the EMPF to establish before we see it implemented. Now, we cannot have an in-depth discussion regarding EMPF, but in 2012, EMPF was not even dreamt of yet. And why do we have to wait for it now? Why do we have to discuss the two together? So I hope we don't wait for EMPF. We need to abolish offsetting immediately, as soon as possible. As a matter of fact, why MPF has been controversial, it's because our retirement protection is not complete. Now, for the grassroots, MPF is not only important, it is almost the only protection. So grassroots workers, Hong Kong public, attach a lot of importance to this. Now, abolishing offsetting, I hope it's not an end. Rather, it should be a beginning. The SARG needs to reform retirement protection, and the SARG should review the deficiencies. They need to enhance retirement protection, and it needs to demonstrate good governance, and it needs to show, the government needs to show that it cares for the public. Thank you, President.
Mr. Rock Chen. Madam Deputy, first of all, I must declare interest. My company is an employer and it will be affected by the bill. The Employment and Retirement Schemes Legislation Offsetting Arrangement Amendment Bill 2022 seeks to protect the interests of employees. The offsetting arrangement will be abolished, so when an employer winds up his business or makes staff redundant, he can no longer use the accrued MPF benefits to offset his SP and SP obligations. Now, in principle, I support the bill because it will help to improve the retirement protection of employees. But here, I would like to, take you back to an earlier time when the bill was passed, the MPF bill was passed in this council. The government then gave an undertaking for employers to offset their MPF contributions with LSP and LSP payment. Of course, I know the time has changed, but abolishing the offsetting arrangement would have far-reaching impacts on the business environment in Hong Kong. So the government needs to do a good job in balancing the interest between the employers and the employees. Now, I've talked to the various business bodies and professional bodies on how the bill may affect them. The general view is that for big businesses, they would have the resources to meet the requirements, but for MSMEs, they've expressed great concerns. So I would like to analyze the impact of the bill on employers and employees in 4 ways. 1, it will add to the operating costs of businesses, and it will undermine the confidence of MSMEs in continuing with their business, especially for the retail and catering sectors. In future, they will have to pay LSP and SP more frequently, and then they may have a cash flow problem. MSMEs are not like big corporations. They cannot transfer the increase in operating costs to customers. And they also do not enjoy the economy of scale when it comes to operating costs. So after 10 years, when the government reduces the subsidy, definitely it will add to the burden of MSMEs. It will make them struggle even more. And then also the subsidy period is too short. The subsidy amount is not enough. Over 25 years, the government has a subsidy scheme for amounting to $33.2 billion. This is to support MSMEs. Yes, this policy would help to lessen the burden on employers. We should commend it. But from after the 10th year, the government subsidy will be reduced progressively. I'm worried that MSMEs may not be able to shoulder the LSP and SP costs. They may experience difficulties. And then for the designated savings account, employers have to make a 1% contribution each month on employee monthly wages, but that is far from enough from meeting the LSP and SP payment of their employees. Employers would need to make additional provisions to make up for the difference. As I said, the government subsidy scheme will help, but then the scheme is only deferring the problem by 10 years. Because at the end of the day, it's still for businesses to shoulder the obligation. So that's why I would ask the government to review the $33.2 billion of subsidy. And then in the light of the scale of business, they would extend the subsidy period by 10 years. The third point is the risk of worsening labor relations. This bill may lead to labor disputes, and then employees may want to get sacked, and there will be then employers may go for a contract system, and there will be false self-employment. Now, I'm not insulting employers and employees in any way here, but I'm just saying that with this bill, it's possible people will come up with various measures to counter to take advantage of the bill. For example, a 22-year-old employee who's worked in a company for 26 years, earning a maximum salary amount of $22,500, so the person is entitled to $390,000 of LSP. With this formula, there is incentive for this employee to consider whether starting from the 27th year he should go to another company and work there till retirement, so he could then get another NSP payment. As for contract employment or false self-employment, these are also real risks too on employees. Now, Section 31 and 31R of the Employment Ordinance may induce employees to become contract employees or say this employee may work in company A for 4 years, 2 contracts, and then the person will be transferred to company B for another 2 contracts of 4 years, and then the employer will be able to evade his LSP obligation. Of course, both employers and employees are protected by the law, and the Labour Department will be deploying additional staff to deal with disputes. That's what the government told us. Yes, this is the right thing to do, but I'm worried that the bill may change labor relations in the long run. It may do a blow to staff morale, and it will also undermine our competitiveness. So the government really must not overlook the hidden danger and risks here. 4th point. Businesses in general do not know much about the bill. In the past 3 years, the business sector has been hard hit. And for those who are still, hanging on, they are already at the end of the tether. For many MSMEs, the employers are trying their best to keep their business afloat, and that is their biggest goal now. They really do not have the time nor the effort to get to know further about the bill and the additional burden on them. Now, if this bill is passed today, I would suggest the government must start right now and all the way up to 2025, a wide-ranging publicity effort. You have to go through business associations, labor unions, and various other channels to explain the details of the bill to all the stakeholders. So all stakeholders will get a deep understanding of the arrangement. Now, the government wants to abolish the offsetting arrangement because it wants to offer a better retirement protection system to employees. So when employees retire, they will be able to keep to a certain standard of living. I subscribe to the government's intention, but then this abolition arrangement is a major exercise. It involves all these different interest, and if it's not done properly, then it will be it will do harm despite the good intention. Now, I hope the government will give us enough assistance to both employers and employees, and then it will come up with a win-win solution. Thank you.
Mr. Jimmy Ng. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Before us is the Bills Committee on Employment and Retirement Schemes Legislation Offsetting Arrangement Amendment Bill 2022, the so-called abolition arrangement. I believe the bill will be passed unless we have hiccups. Now, the business sector can only reluctantly accept the bill. MPF being the only statutory retirement protection scheme in Hong Kong has been in operation for 21 years. When the scheme was first launched, the government categorically said that there could be this offsetting arrangement to secure the support of the business sector. But of course, times have changed. With a change in the economic situation, inevitably, there will have to be adjustments to the scheme. However, the impact of COVID-19 is still with us. I hope the administration can understand the difficulties of the business sector and allow us to recover so that employers and employees can ride out the storm together. I agree that the bill passed today is just a framework without the details. So when details are announced in the future, I hope the administration can respond to the aspirations of the business sector proactively and make the largest possible adjustment where possible. For instance, some say that the 3+3+3 cap should be extended to 5+5+5 years, and subsidy to employers should be increased to 1 million, and SP and LSP should be directly injected into the personal accounts, MPF accounts of employees. And the business sector is of the view that the abolition arrangement would affect labor relations. I believe the administration has heard enough of such comments. I don't want to restart this debate in the second reading stage. I will leave everything to history. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Labour Advisory Board for its hard work in the past decade, because the bill presented to the administration is the fruit of various rounds of consultations by the LAB. The work has been very cumbersome and difficult, so I think the LAB has worked hard for the bill. We should record it on the 13th of June 2018. The Employer and Employees Representatives, LAB, came to this conclusion. A cutoff date should be set for abolition of the offsetting arrangement under the premises that the administration must provide sustained and appropriate financial support for employers. And I have to reiterate that the business sector has always been against the abolition arrangement. As I said, the consensus reached at LAB was under certain premises. I agree that we should put a full stop to this contention that has plagued us for 10 years or so. However, without the authorization or sanction of my sector, I cannot say that I support this, and I don't want to vote for it reluctantly, and I cannot vote against to breach the consensus reached between the two sectors. And so when we come to the third reading of this bill, I will abstain. Thank you. Mr. So Chung-Wing. Madam Deputy, in Hong Kong, we need to ensure stability and prosperity at this time, and abolition of the offsetting arrangement is most significant for ensuring retirement protection. It's about labor rights and can also relieve the younger generation of the burden to look after the elder generation. I support the amendment bill from the administration. Madam Deputy, the MPF schemes started operation in the year 2000. All those who are above 18 and under 65, employees, temporary employees, and also self-employed persons are covered. About 70% of the 3.6 workforce in Hong Kong have participated in MPF schemes. It goes to show that the system has far-reaching impact on Hong Kong. It is an important public policy that impacts on the overall interests of Hong Kong. The system allows employers to use the employer's contribution to offset long service payment and severance pay. This has relieved the employer's duty to save for their employees' retirement. And employers or employees would have a less bargaining power. And this is against the principle of equity, that is for employees and employers to shoulder the responsibility together. Now, the abolition arrangement will increase the financial costs of sacking employees. the employees and employers are not on equal footing. It's easier for an employer to find replacement employees, whereas the latter are not so easy to find new employment. So during the period when the employee is unemployed, he has no work and no financial source. So the SP and LSP, under the new arrangement, the financial cost for sacking employees will be higher, and there will be a disincentive for employers to sack employees, and this will enhance labor protection. The offsetting arrangement was used as an incentive to lure the employers into accepting the system. But now, MPF is already an important pillar of retirement protection in Hong Kong. Since the start of the MPF system, the offsetting arrangement has always been a cause of conflict between employers and employees. Being sacked is already a blow to employees. Now, SP and SP are supposed to be borne by employers under the offsetting arrangement. Their MPF benefits could be used to offset SP and LSP. Enterprises and employees should shoulder their share of social responsibility. We have had the MPF scheme for a long time, and things have changed in society. And we must not overlook the following 2 points associated with the MPF system. First, Hong Kong people now enjoy a much longer life expectancy compared with what it was 30 years ago. And because of the aging population, we need stronger retirement protection and policy support. The benefits in MPF are not able to look after a person's retirement. That means the financial burden on the working population will increase. And they will then have lesser consumption power as well. If the government can provide more financial support, that would mean higher taxes. The younger generation will see lower consumption power, or we may have to face higher taxes. These together will have a negative impact on enterprises. Enterprises should adopt this user pay principle. The cost of SP and LSP should be included in their labor cost. We should ensure that there is social harmony in society and look for mutual benefits. Investment in MPFs will be subject to stiff challenges. If we look at some statistics, as at end of June this year, we have seen a loss of $106 billion in MPF investment. Last year, the average balance of an MPF account was $257,700. But in May, the balance has fallen to $231,200. We have seen substantial depreciation in the balance of MPF accounts to the extent of 10.27%. While MPF is a long-term investment, we should not attach too much significance to short-term fluctuations, but then investment loss is a fact. The investment environment will be more challenging. This is also a fact. Since the introduction of the offsetting arrangement, close to $60 billion have been lost under the arrangement. This has undermined the protection offered by MPF. So we should protect and defend our MPF system. We know that the policy objectives of LP, SP, and MPF are different. MPF is a mandatory savings scheme for retirement protection, whereas LP and SP are meant to help employees to tide over the financial difficulty associated with dismissals. So if we allow the two to offset one another, I think we are contradicting the policy intention of these measures. As a result, they will not be able to fulfill their intended objective. So we must respect this consensus, which is the outcome of more than 10 years of discussion. If we overturn it, then this administration will really be indecisive, and this is not conducive to implementing public policies. Thank you.
Madam Deputy, Ms. Doreen Kong. Madam Deputy, I support the abolition arrangement. I will support the passage of the bill. Labour welfare and benefits compared with other advanced jurisdictions, ours are lagging. In year 2021, there was a comparative study conducted by the electrical. It was 160 pages long. It clearly stated that our retirement welfare system lacks flexibility and sustainability. Through the abolition of the offsetting arrangements, I hope that employees can enjoy the most basic retirement protection scheme and end this years-long battle. At the CSA stage, I mentioned that the calculation method is not simple at all. I hope the government can educate the public on the new calculation system to avoid unnecessary misunderstanding between employers and employees. Concerning the impact on employers, I hope the government can make plans to help employers, especially SMEs, to adjust to the change. Concerning the eMPF platform, I hope the government can expedite the timetable. Following up on policy is the weakest link of the government. I hope the government can make sure that it succeeds this time. Hong Kong employees have long working hours with poor working condition. They are under a lot of pressure. Oftentimes, employees are at the bottom of the society. We need to support employees. We have to work together to offer the most basic retirement protection scheme for employees. We have been talking about abolishing the MPF offsetting system for a long time. Now I'm in the electrical and we are still talking about it. I support the bill. It has significant meaning for me. Employer-employee relations is most crucial for the success of businesses. Subject to the passage of this bill, we can remove doubts and misunderstanding on both sides. And from then on, employers and employees can work together and help each other to work towards the success of businesses and Hong Kong. I so submit, Madam Deputy. Mr. Ronnie Chen. Madam Deputy, since the 2 years before the reunification of Hong Kong, it was agreed that employers would be allowed to use the employer's contribution to MPF scheme to offset the long service payments and severance payments. Since it came into effect in year 2000, more than $100 billion have been offset, and there has been a lot of criticism. To end this debate, this term of the government determined to enhance the package and plans to implement the scheme in year 2025 when the eMPF platform comes into is launched. Mrs. Carrie Lam proposed the two-tier 25-year supporting plan for businesses involving some $17.2 billion, and the government would pay for up to 2/3 of the payments. Now, the enhanced package is $32.3 billion with the second tier supports lasting for 25 years. If employees are worse off under the new system, the government will pay for the shortfall. The enhanced package shows that the government is determined to address this long-standing problem. From the business perspective, micro, SMEs, and startups, for them, MPF contribution is one of their major costs. Of course, we support this system. The government allows the employers to use part of their contribution to offset LSP and SP. Since the implementation of the offsetting scheme, there have been contradicting views. For the labor sector, MPF benefits are for post-retirement use, and LSP and SP are for emergency uses. For employers, this is a long-standing practice. Back then, the government agrees that there are overlappings between LSP, SP, and MPF benefits, and hence the offsetting arrangements to avoid double jeopardy on the employers. However, the offsetting system is against the original intention of MPF. The government must stand up for its promises made to the businesses. The government has to lengthen the supporting period and offer a bigger sum of support. After the passage of the bill, the government has to continue study the functions of LSP and SP and see whether there is overlapping between severance payments and long service payments. Subject to the passage of the bill in this term of the government, the enhanced package will help micro SMEs and startups to address the cost, and it is a balance has been reached between the protection of employees as well as employers. And if we can make sure that employees can work without any worries. For MPF, it is through contribution on the part of employers and employees, and invest in MPF in funds to ensure that there is a post-retirement. Previously, there was only a quarter of the working force enjoyed post-retirement protection. Now, nearly all of them have retirement schemes. However, in Hong Kong, poor people do not enjoy income security. MPF system is a personal saving system. The amount of retirement, the amount of the pension depends on the size of the remuneration package of the employees before they retire. Because of the burden on low-income earners, for those who earn less than $7,000 per month, only 1% would be contributed to the MPF scheme. It shows that the system offers very little protection to low-income earners. In Hong Kong, you get what you pay after retirement. In the mainland, however, the retirement package comes from the contribution to the insurance when employees are working, and the contribution to the insurance are paid for by the employees and the employers. for those who have made contribution for more than 15 years, they can get a disbursement of a basic retirement fund every month until with half of the fund. Last year, there has been a 17 years consecutive increase growth of fund with a 4.5% each year. Now, every month, workers, eligible workers can get some 3,000 RMB per month, and also if they are sick, they will get a long service payment. Employers still have to pay LSP. Even with the system. Comparing the two retirement protection schemes, it seems that the mainland's package is more targeted and more comprehensive. In Hong Kong, most employees only have MPF and personal savings to rely on when they retire in terms of medical expenses and living and other spendings. Now, we may not reach 100 years old. However, because of the inadequacy of the MPF scheme, we enjoy very little protection. Now, our living cost in Hong Kong is among the top 10 economies in the world. Because of the aging population, the pressure on the economy and the medical healthcare system will increase. With the two terms of the government's efforts, plus the efforts of unions, finally we are reaching a solution to this long-standing problem. So I would support the bill. For advanced economies, however, universal retirement security is a basic right, and it serves to stabilize the society. In Hong Kong, we don't have the conditions to implement universal retirement protection. Now, after addressing the offsetting mechanism issue, I hope the government can conduct a comprehensive review on the MPF scheme system so that for low-income earner, they can still enjoy the basic protection and share the fruits of our economic growth. Thank you.
Mr. Yu Pak Lang. Madam Deputy, MPF offsetting is certainly one of the most controversial issues in the labor sector. The previous term administration established goals to abolish the offsetting arrangement, and the sector has offered their views. Even though a consensus was reached by the labor sector and the current term government promised to increase the commitment to $33.2 billion to help employers, but in light of the uncertain economic future, SMEs still hold doubts on the implementation of the offsetting arrangement. Employees are important assets for companies. For the tourism sector, the statement is especially true. Tourism is all about services, and good employees can help retain customers and business. And as such, any successful employer would know that upholding morale and a healthy work culture is empirical to the success of the enterprise. Employees who have served a long period of time should be properly recognized. Under COVID, I was told by many employers that they appreciated the efforts of their employees, and employees and employers have agreed to set aside differences and ride the storm together. For passionate and capable employees, once the economic situation improves, they would be given proper treatment by the employers. So the key to the abolition arrangement is whether the employers can shoulder the financial burden and whether employers are given enough time for preparation. The government said that the implementation will take place in 2025 at the earliest, and there is no retrospective effect to the legislation. Till then, employers can still use their MPF accrued benefits to offset the LSP or SP arrangements, but given the dire current situation, any increase in costs for the tourism sector will spell trouble for the employers. I support the MPF offsetting arrangement, and this is certainly something we have to deal with. But given the current economic situation, the government should do more to alleviate the concerns from employers on the arrangement. And I have 4 suggestions. First, the government should consider the affordability of employers and commit to make up the shortfall. The current commitment is $33.2 billion for the first 9 years. A cap has been set on the payment for the employers, but starting from the 10th year, the cap would be removed, which would translate into a substantial increase in costs for the employers. The government should understand the operating environment for SMEs and review the arrangement in a timely manner. Secondly, the government should